Thanks, Vincy, an opportunity to try out the new microphones as well. And obviously we've got better visuals, so it'll be a lot easier for people watching. But yeah, me and Nigel, and I'll just put in the apologies. So we've got apologies from Councillor Booth and Councillor Piddington, who are both overseas, and then we've also got apologies from Councillor Oliver, who's working, and Councillor Burt, who is also working.
Good morning, everyone. Councillor Michelle Pye.
Yes, good morning. Councillor Scott Shannon.
Good morning, Councillor Stacey Scott.
Morning, Councillor Owen Jackson.
Kia ora, Councillor Sally Parker.
Morena Susie Ratahi, Land Transport Manager.
And kia ora, Vincy Belante, the LTP Project Lead. Right. So I had sent yesterday, after it had approval from the reference group, the short video that I said that I would play this morning, so everybody is on the same page. And it's basically recapping the financial strategy which was covered at the last workshop, and also to give some explanations around some of the financial policies that we are working on for this LTP. So I will move over now to my friend James, who will guide you through this. He is very quiet, isn't he? Okay, and he's still quite quiet. James had a lot to say last night. He was very noisy last night.
Video series. I'm James, and today I will talk about the financial policies, including how we rate in the Timaru district. I will begin with a recap of the financial strategy and then talk about the revenue and financing policy and how they both link for rating. I will do some basic explanation of funding for council activities. Lastly, I will briefly discuss the rates remission and rates postponement policy and the treasury management policy, which covers our investments and liability management. All of these are covered in sections 101 to 103 in the Local Government Act. Jason covered the financial strategy with you last workshop. I am just recapping the main points and how it relates to the other financial policies and rating. The financial strategy gives context for any consultation on funding or expenditure proposals by showing the effects those will have on rates, debt, investments, and services over the next 10 years. All the work from the environmental scan and the activity management plans comes together for this, including the population projections, economic growth, the assumptions on climate change, and the geopolitical dynamics, plus our infrastructure needs to help determine how council will look financially at the end of the 10-year period. The financial strategy is where council determines its own rules for what it wants to charge, like what the limit would be for the percentage of funding that can come from rates, or set a cap of rate increase for any year, or how much council will borrow. Council can determine what it is willing to put up as security for any borrowing, like what assets will be offered as collateral. This is also where council can determine why it would make specific financial investments and equity securities, and what is the target for the return on investment. How much do you expect to get back, and what benefit would that serve? Now we will discuss the revenue and financing policy. This is a key financial document that says who pays for what services. It is one of the most useful documents to help explain how council works financially. It is the how and why we fund activities based on the principles of equity and fairness, which essentially means that everyone who uses or benefits from a service pays their fair share of that service. This policy outlines the capital and operational expenditure for the life of the long-term plan. Although it is a Section 82 policy that does not require a full special consultative procedure, Any change in this policy will normally have a significant impact on budgeting, which usually triggers a LTP amendment. For this reason, we usually only review this every 3 years and consult on it with the LTP. The revenue and financing policy contains the rating framework, the funding sources available, the OPEX and CAPEX funding, depreciation, and the funding analysis for all the activities. We will look at the funding analysis in more detail at a later date. The rating framework explains the different types of rates that are set by Council. These can be general or targeted rates, and those are broken into different types within those categories as identified here. It is important to define what we mean by a property benefiting from a service. That means that the property has the potential to use or gain something from a particular service, regardless of whether they are actually using it. One example is water supply to an area. Even if the specific property is not connected to the network, it still has the potential to use it, so therefore does have this benefit. We also have people benefit type of services, like CBay, libraries, the art gallery. These are funded through the UIGC. In Timaru, we use the UIGC for general rates, land value for general rates, and land value and UAC for targeted rates. The Local Government Rating Act makes clear the factors that targeted rates must consider. Schedule 2 in the Act lists these specifically. This means to impose a targeted rate on any property, Council must consider all these factors to determine the rate amount. Council has a range of options outside of rates within its income stream. These include fees and charges, investments, borrowing, asset sales, development contributions, environmental contributions, and grants and subsidies. TDC is unusual in that it does not collect development contributions, nor capitalize on asset sales to its full potential in order to reduce rates. The largest asset Council has, where it could make some quick gains, is its land holdings, and by selling Council land under market value, this reduces the ability to offset rates. Development contributions and environmental contributions, which were formerly known as financial contributions before the recent legislation changes, are distinctly different from each other, but it isn't often made clear exactly how. Environmental contributions are under the RMA and relate specifically to a resource consent for a designated site. They are strictly for paying for the infrastructure to protect the environmental effects for that site, like water supply, storm water, sewerage, or roading, etc. Conversely, development contributions are under the LGA, and they are the contributions made on the wider provision for infrastructure and amenities throughout the district relating to growth. Examples of where development contributions would be applied would be CBay, the stadium, libraries, the theatre, and other community facilities. The general rule of thumb is if there are no development contributions, your ratepayers are fully funding community infrastructure. A development contributions policy is a financial policy that this Council requested in the last LTP, but it has not progressed, and the Mayor has asked the Chief Executive for a report on the benefit to the district to have such a policy. It is possible to have both policies, but you wouldn't normally charge both types of contributions for the same site. Council has 3 main areas to fund for every activity. 1. Its OPEX for both internal and external activities. 2. CAPEX for its big-ticket items like community facilities, amenities, or infrastructure to make the district a great place to live. And 3. The funds set aside for those rainy days when you have to repair or replace any of those big-ticket items over the course of their life. There are some general rules all councils follow on how they can fund these 3 different areas. For operational expenditure, Council can only use these types of funding: general and targeted rates, fees and charges, any interest or dividends it receives from its investments, grants and subsidies, and other operating revenue, such as leases, etc. It's not normal or good practice to borrow for operational expenditure, nor can contributions or asset sales be used. You can't sell the family silver to pay the wages of the help. For capital expenditure, most of the options not available for OPEX are used. These include debt borrowing, lump sum contributions, reserve funds, development or environmental contributions, government funding, depreciation, profits from asset sales, operating surplus, and any bequests Council may receive from generous patrons, which is not common. Councils usually fund CAPEX through borrowing to allow for intergenerational equity, where all the users now and in the future share in the cost of a particular asset over its lifetime, rather than the current ratepayers bearing the burden of the whole cost. For some of these funds, limits apply on how they can be used. An example is reserve funds can only be used on the special purpose they were obtained for. Depreciation is essentially budgeting for repairs and replacement of significant assets over time. Council now funds its depreciation based on valuations, but for a long time it used to base it on cost price, which resulted in a depreciation shortfall until the change was made. Hence, much of the former depreciation was loan funded for asset failures that needed fixing urgently, which explains some of the debt that Council carried through the years. This was an effective technique that kept rates lower for previous generations, which has contributed to the larger issue we have now. Many assets are reaching end of life and were not funded for full depreciation for the maintenance and repair over the years. Keep in mind that all councils at the time commonly deferred major works or charging for full depreciation to reduce rates, so this is not a unique situation. This partially explains the situation of New Zealand's water assets being in such dire straits throughout the country, because all councils worked to keep their costs low for their ratepayers. This fact becomes very important when we discuss the infrastructure strategy on Tuesday. Finally, a brief description of these policies to finish off this video. The rates remission policy allows for certain groups, such as community groups, community facilities, memorial and community halls, protected properties, and those impacted by excess water charges that are not their fault or suffering from hardship due to family circumstances, to have their rates waived. The rates postponement policy allows for ratepayers 6 to 5 years or older who own their own fully insured home to delay paying rates. Both of these policies are being combined with the rates remission and postponement on Maryland policy to form one overall rating policy, with the likelihood of rating for community halls to be included in it. The last policy for this video is the Treasury Management Policy that sets out how Council manages borrowing and investments. Council can set some conditions like put a financial limit on investing in New Zealand registered banks or setting different caps for the type of borrowing it does. These policies will be coming to Council via the Commercial and Strategy Committee for review and sign-off prior to the LTP consultation, as they do not need to be consulted on alongside the LTP. This concludes this video to give you a brief overview on the different policies and the basics around rating and funding. For the workshop on Tuesday, there will be the opportunity to ask questions around the policies, which will happen first thing prior to the infrastructure strategy discussion, as that will take a great deal more time to discuss. Thank you for your time, councillors, and see you on Tuesday.
Again, thank you. So when we're talking about the policies, we will be bringing them to the Commercial and Strategy Committee. As in a workshop setting, Council doesn't have any delegated authority to make decisions or recommendations, et cetera, et cetera. But what we can do is workshop through the specific aspects of the policy so that you have a complete understanding and how any decisions that you may make or different options can impact on the rates, which is something that we can actually schedule in. And so when the report and the policy is actually brought for adoption for consultation, you have the opportunity to tailor it to how you want to see rates operate in this district for this LTP. Okay. Now, two other policies. We talked about the revenue and financing policy. That goes out alongside the long-term plan because it has such a significant impact on the budget. Even though it's a Section 82 policy that doesn't require a full SCP, which involves hearings, et cetera, we tend to put it out with the LTP because the two of them combined tell the complete story. And you will often have submissions made on both documents in the same submission. So if people want to come and speak to their submission, we normally allow them to speak on both documents at the same time. The significance and engagement policy, now that is one that must be adopted by full council because it has wider implications outside of just the long-term plan. But that is one that we will workshop with you, and we also tend to put that out for a full SCP, even though it's not technically required, because it is about how we judge what's significant versus the levels of significance when we need to consult with the public around any decisions that council may make. There are some decisions that may not trigger on a level of significance because of financial or what have you, but it may be in the high public interest, or it may be of a high political risk that would trigger a consultation that you want to do just to ensure that we are completely transparent for the community around your decisions. Okay, so this is the opportunity where if you have any questions about those policies, please feel free to ask them now. Wonderful, okay. I am going to talk very briefly, sorry.
We might just also offer the elected members the opportunity to ask questions on those policies, because as we go through, the questions that you might want to ask become more apparent as to what the question is. So I think there's plenty more opportunity as we go through. If you've got questions, we can accumulate them and answer them as we go, or come back with more information. I think it's just so it's not sort of like it's closed now, you can't come back to the questions. There's still plenty of time.
Okay. To talk about activity management plans. Now, at the end of this month, we are going to have a few days of what we call the AMP Roadshow, where we will have different activities set up here in chambers where you can actually come and speak to the activity managers around the activity management plans. We're still in the process of getting the activity management plans and making sure that the budget details that they have put in, these are all in draft, are included, and you will get a copy of every activity management plan that we have. And it's okay if they're not 100% complete, because the activity management plans stay in draft until you adopt the LTP. So they're what we call living documents. As you make decisions through the process, it may impact on particular activities of what they had projected or planned. Adjustments may need to be made, and so we do that as we go through. When we come to the revenue and financing policy, for every activity, what we will be doing is going through the assessment criteria for you to determine if you like the way it's funded. This is where you can actually alter to say you want more from fees and charges, or you think it should be a targeted rate, or a general rate, or more on the UAGC rate. And we will go through every activity. You will understand how it's currently funded, and you will be able to actually debate and discuss if you think the way it's currently funded is appropriate, or you want to make some changes for that. But we will be doing that step by step, and we will have those AMP roadshows first, so you have a full understanding of the activities, and then we will go through those funding models, and that will help determine our budget workshop, which is scheduled for the 5th of December. Okay? Right. Now I will move to the infrastructure strategy, and what we will do is begin. Right. Our infrastructure strategy is very much being crafted based on the activity management plans and asset management plans given by the activities that feed into the infrastructure strategy. I need to really clarify, not everything infrastructure related, i.e. vertical infrastructure, not every activity is in the infrastructure strategy. For the Auditor General, they give us the guidance. Now, this guidance was written obviously prior to August when legislation had been passed. So what we must have in there are our roads and footpaths and the three waters: the water supply, stormwater drainage, and sewage and treatment and disposal of wastewater. Also, for regional councils, you will have flood protection and control works. Now, the Auditor General also recommends that councils perhaps should consider widening their infrastructure strategy to include all the other areas. We do include waste and landfill because that's a significant asset for this community and this council. Currently, we do not put in our vertical infrastructure, that is the community facilities like your stadium and your libraries and what have you. But we are in the moves to progress to include that. So this particular LTP is about getting a lot of the baseline information and getting things like conditional assessments so that we can do adequate 30-year plans for those structures. Port holdings, airports, public transport, IT, environmental science, all of those things can be included. Water races, reserves and open spaces. Some councils, about 47 in the country, include a wide range of those, but you still have about 20 who focus purely on only what's recommended in the LGA. Okay. For Timaru, of course, we have our roading and footpaths. We're putting in the Three Waters activity for the first 2 years with the reforms. But on the mayor's request and for this council, we are putting it in for the long-term plan for the next 8 years. We're putting it into the infrastructure strategy for 30 years, as per normal. And the rationale for that is because of the uncertainty around the legislative reforms and the election this weekend, and there's been noises from many parties about potential changes. We felt it was easier to include everything, all-encompassing, and if we have to make adjustments, it's easier to take out than try and put things in. So we also do the waste and landfill, and what I am going to do in this infrastructure strategy, with your permission, is to do that high-level overview of our progress to include vertical infrastructure for the next infrastructure strategy. Okay. So,
Is it worth having, can we just go back a couple of slides? Is it worth just having a quick discussion on what we think should be in there? If you go back to the one.
absolutely.
Because I'm certainly of the view that vertical should be in there, but also reserves and open spaces sort of makes sense. I don't have any issue with anything not being in there, to be fair. Is that general consensus, or is that just me? What's everyone else thinking?
I'm supportive of that. Also, I don't know what the feeling is about the airport, since there's move about development and expansion with our local airport.
Okay, so for this particular infrastructure strategy, we don't have enough baseline data to do the whole 30-year projection. So, but we will definitely be making moves to have it as part of your normal infrastructure strategy going forward. So I'll put in what I do know, and I'll come to that slide later on. So to my left, I have the lovely Susie, who is going to help support some of the information that we have around our land transport activity with our roading and footpaths. Here are some high-level stats that just talk about the value and what our assets actually include. For those of you who don't know, Susie's only recently been to Orange, in our sister city in Australia, and did some amazing presentations, so I was able to nab some of that information last night and put into this, which was really good. And she will tell you the story about how Timaru is streets ahead, no pun intended, for than Orange at the moment. So you really punch above your weight and you hold your own. Okay. You look at the scale of what we've actually got here. You know, you have a very, for your population base, you have a lot of mileage in your roads that you have to look after. So that does have impacts on your ratepayers because, you know, you have got a big burden on your ratepayers to cover a lot of road, given the size and the vastness of this district.
Yeah, I still didn't get a firm answer out of Orange how many kilometres of road they looked after, but they said a few hundred and they had 19 bridges. They were quite amazed with our over 300 bridges and what a braided river was and how we managed differential levels of service, and could certainly see that on the network and pothole issues they had, differences there. You know, won't go into too much detail about Orange, but their township, you know, sister city in regards to population base, but their township's designed and very often has around 250,000 people in the city centre because of all the shires and councils around the outside of it. So a bit different to Timaru in that regards, but yeah, still affordability and level of service is an issue over there too, like it is across the country here in New Zealand.
Susie, just with the bridges, with our pending bridge replacement that we're looking forward, will that have an impact on how much roading renewals and what we do to our roads? Do we have to take from roading to help with the bridges? Will that?
So at this stage, I've kept the level of service the same throughout all of the activities, but I suppose that's part of the workshop today and the decisions that we made through the long-term plan process is figuring out what that level of service is going to look like. At the moment, it is to keep access and safety, etc., the same as it is now. And if there was to be refunding of, taking money away from, say, the pavement rehabilitation, so rebuilding the roads or resurfacing the roads, then that would obviously, and that was to then go into bridges, then that would have a negative effect on the sealed pavements or the unsealed pavements, increasing potholes, increasing maintenance needs, more speed restrictions around the area as network failed, for example. So there was certainly a lot of interest from the Orange team in what we're doing in the data capture space and how we're able to actually plan all of our works and know how many defects we have on the network at any one point in time, which I think you'll probably see some of throughout this presentation. So they're really keen to send some of their cohort over to learn what we're doing. Certainly in the asset management space, we're pretty well advanced with what we're doing here in Timaru.
One more question about bridges. Have we been collecting depreciation for our bridges?
Probably as Vincey said it following, was it James's presentation, was that we have to a point, the valuation has changed over the last 4 years, and that has resulted in a change and we're now collecting more depreciation, but it's probably safe to say that the depreciation was underfunded historically.
As with every council, I think, in the country.
Susie, when we look at the plan going forward, are we building in a degree of resilience, and are we looking at what would improve something with or replace something with rather than just like for like? For example, if a one-way bridge got washed out in a flood, would we replace it with a two-lane bridge that's higher, or do we just go, we're putting the same stuff back where it was?
So we'd certainly look at the function that particular bridge or that particular route played. So it wouldn't be a straight like-for-like replacement. It wouldn't be a guaranteed, we're going to put two lanes everywhere. Council does have a policy on anything primary collector and above that we will consider the implementation of two-lane bridges, but it will all come down to the function and the affordability at the time of the construction. Probably interesting to note that the bridges, well, yes, we have got a wee blip or spike happening at the moment over the next 10 years. You know, a lot of our bridges were constructed in those 1950s, so it's not going to be the end of it. There's more coming, a much bigger wave coming from years 10 to 30 to deal with. So we do 3 yearly bridge inspections. We do a lot of component replacements and maintenance throughout those 3-year periods to try and eke as much life as we possibly can out of those structures, so we can keep cars and trucks moving and keep accessibility there. But you'll see, you know, you'll all be well aware of Mesopotamia up at the end of Rangitata Gorge Road. So within this long-term plan period, the Forest Creek Bridge sits within the long-term plan period, which is, I think, 147 metres across a braided channel that's more like 3 kilometres wide. So heavy on maintenance, trying to keep the water under that bridge, but also the bridge itself will be up for replacement. So looking at what would be the best treatment for that particular area as part of the programme.
Sorry, and just one more question. Assuming we don't insure bridges, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so do we build anything into the long-term plan to take into account any bridges that we might just lose through flooding, or are you only budgeting on ones that you know are going to come to the end of their lifespan?
Yeah.
You're relying on the emergency relief fund for that?
Yeah. And I suppose depreciation, you know, now that it's funded the way it's funded, you know, does help somewhat in that space. But yeah, rely on that $1 million that we've got sitting in there in the operational fund to build back up the emergency works category, and also, yeah, really heavily reliant on Kotahi coming to the party to replace anything that's washed away in floods.
Traditionally, roads and streets are considered corridors to get us from A to B. But it's time we started looking at our transport network from a different perspective. Globally, there's a shift towards integrated planning, design, and investment in transport networks to better consider the ways people travel and interact with their surroundings. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, we're making this shift, and the One Network Framework, or ONF, is the tool we'll use to help us get there. The ONF will help establish transport network function, performance measures, operating gaps, and potential interventions for each road or street type. It recognises that roads and streets are places for people to spend time, as well as transport corridors, and provides an easy-to-understand, common language that everyone in the transport system can use, from planning through to delivery and maintenance. The first step is to determine if the land use designation is rural or urban, usually from your district or unitary plan. When that's done, we look at how people are interacting with the surrounding area and how people and goods are moving through the area. Understanding the overall function and considering both movement and place together, we can determine the most appropriate street category. Private motorists, walkers, cyclists, public transport users, and commercial road users have different needs and use the transport network in different ways. To make sure we are planning for these needs effectively, we also need to classify each part of our transport network with modal classifications. This will ensure that a whole of transport system approach is used. As we look ahead, our transport and land use planners can use the One Network Framework to consider how we want the transport network to function in the future. Understanding where we are heading helps us to shape our networks in an integrated way that supports our community's needs. The language and classifications of the One Network Framework can then be used in a number of different processes, including business cases, activity management plans, future network planning, and broader transport network and asset management practices. To learn more about Aotearoa's One Network framework, head to nzta.govt.nz/ONF.
Right, I showed that video because when we go through a lot of the issues with roading, the ONF, the One Network Framework, becomes really critical for the discussion, particularly if you're talking about rationalization of some of the assets. Examples with 317 bridges, if you had some bridges that are not as used and it's too costly and you don't have enough in the kitty, you may look at whether or not the bridge is actually, how it's used, is it needed, are there alternatives, all of those kind of decisions. And that's where the One Network Framework helps to support. It helps provide the evidence basis for a lot of the decisions that you will be making in roading. They're very similar process that Waka Kotahi would be going through. This is their primary source of information, isn't it, for a lot of it. But Susie's team have a much wider depth of data than just the One Network framework, and we'll be covering some of that as we go through. Okay, so now we need to talk about how much work is actually done in roading. There's a lot of busyness in this particular activity of council. Over 30,000 square kilometers of maintenance done every year. Square meters done every year. 4,800 kilometers of unsealed road grading. You have a very high proportion of unsealed roads in your district. And they are considered, the majority of them are considered to be what they call low-volume roads on the Waka Kotahi One Network Framework. Having said that, there's a lot of road reconstruction and resurfacing that's actually done, and also the street sweeping and the renewals. It doesn't look like a lot for the 1,500 kilometers of unsealed road renewals, but over the course of the year, combined with all the other work program, it is quite significant. Susie, you want to talk about like how you've maintained the standard?
Yeah, and so I suppose that's where ONF it also comes into it. We still also use ONRC, which is One Network Road Classification for the rural roads, because it gives a bit more granularity for the rural roads, because as you saw on that slide, you kind of just get to rural roads, it's a big lump, and it doesn't give you that ability to apply a differential level of service. So I suppose because we've managed to keep our funding, which I think the next slide shows, to a pretty affordable level, or as affordable as we can, we have had to apply differential levels of service. So we do treat the likes of Canal Road that feeds out to the Clandyboy Dairy Factory quite differently to the likes of, I don't know, Palmer Road, which is an unsealed road that has a few farms along it. You know, so we do apply a differential level of service now. So I suppose the roads that more people are affected by do have a higher level of service than roads that have that lower number of residents are affected, because otherwise it would be unaffordable. So that 30,000 metres squared of maintenance, that includes all your dig outs and your stabilisations, so just your patch repairs. And I didn't put the number of potholes we repair in a year because it'd be too many, but yeah, there's a lot. And then the 8 kilometres of road reconstruction, that's like the stuff we've been doing down at the port, or like Marine Parade, or what we're about to do in Park Lane, or what we're currently doing out on Woodbury Road. So that's actually what I like to say, kind of replacing the wall of a house, as opposed to patching it up with bog, and the road resurfacing, 70 kilometres of that's predominantly chip seal, and that's painting the house to keep it waterproof.
Sorry, can you just stay back, go back, Vincy? What I'd like to see through this process is that we can understand the costs in detail. So from just looking at that, I'd like to know a breakdown within our current contract, what the unsealed road grading costs us, what the street sweeping costs us.
Yeah.
Because there again, I think across everything in council, we need to be looking at these contracts. I know some of them are, have current periods, but into the future, should we be looking at doing these things differently?
Yeah, certainly, so we have that level of granularity when we're building the budget, so that's certainly something we can provide.
Thank you.
I'd like a little bit extra to that if we may, and I'd like to understand the comparison over the lifetime of a road like unsealed versus sealed. And yes, a sealed road's got that capital cost up front, but does it end up costing less than an unsealed road that's graded? And you probably know that off the top of your head, but I'd like to just understand those differences as well.
Sorry, just to extend on that, obviously it's going to depend on what's travelling on the particular road, but there must be some sort of...
Yeah, you've got to, so Waka Kotahi, and it's the reason that Waka Kotahi don't fund seal extensions generally, because you've got to get up over kind of 500 vehicles a day on an unsealed road to make it more affordable to turn it into a sealed road. So that's about rough enough, isn't it, Andrew? About 500 vehicles a day with a heavy portion of trucks.
Yeah, basically, yeah. With a sealed road, yeah, you do have that upfront capital cost, but you have quite significant maintenance cost renewals later on. We have to keep resurfacing that road and making sure that, potholes are still repaired, etc. So, yeah, unsealed roads are definitely cheaper than a sealed road. There's no doubt about that. Over their lifetime, yes. Until you get up to those traffic volumes, higher traffic volumes of over 500 vehicles a day, and then, the wear and tear of the road is, just you struggle to keep up with it. Is more to the point. It's more of a maintenance decision than a cost decision.
So based on that, there's the odd cul-de-sac in Timaru that should be, it's not sealed.
So yeah, how much do we spend a year on actual unsealed road maintenance? It's pretty minimal, isn't it?
Yeah, about $550,000 for grading and metalling, and then another $500,000 for that 15 kilometres of sealed road renewals. So that's for our higher volume roads, particularly the ones that, are dairy feeder roads. They need renewals every 3 to 5 years, whereas, as Andrew said, some unsealed roads, the life of them, we might just put 2 loads of metal on them and they'll be fine for 50 years. So quite different needs depending on the use. And, you've just got to look up, look west to our neighbours at Mackenzie. They've got a lot of high volume unsealed roads that feed into ski fields and stuff, and they still don't meet the criteria for funding and still are cheaper to maintain as an unsealed road. But there are obviously other outcomes that you might seek through seal extension.
But on a per kilometre basis of unsealed road, we don't spend a lot, do we?
No, we are, I think, the second cheapest in the country when compared with our peers, which is overall is the next slide that you see, but there is more detail that I can provide where we sit within the country. I don't know if you want me to talk to this one.
I think you should.
So this graph is obviously road network cost per kilometre, so that's for maintaining and renewing. This is what Waka Kotahi fund, so it doesn't include council's contribution, but you'll see there it's grouped into 4 bands. So you've got like peers basically, so you've got the highly dense urban, then you've got the slightly less dense urban, and then we're in what you call the provincial, and then you've got the real rural councils sitting out in light blue there. So as you'll see, we sit quite favourably compared to our peers. We managed to maintain the network at what Waka Kotahi call a good level of service, always telling us our unsealed roads are in great condition, and our STE, which is smooth travel exposure, is really smooth, so why do you need more money? So we're managing to maintain that level of service at pretty low cost when you compare it to our peers. And this is all work that's been done following implementation of the ONRC and the Road Efficiency Group, which is now called Te Ringa Mai Maua, so the cross-collaboration between local government New Zealand and Kotahi. So we all report on the same figures.
You raise an interesting point that because we do such a good job, we struggle to get the money, although, we all know and I harp on about it that there's a lot of money generated here that should be going back into our network. And this, we've already had an example over the years of the DHB here, you know, running basically a break-even budget for survival, whereas every other, you know, DHB across the country just went into deficit and then asked for the government to, you know, bail them out. And my question to you is, you know, we're spending $3 million in unsubsidised roading. Actually, are we doing ourselves a disservice by spending over the subsidised amount? And actually, we should be letting our roads deteriorate and saying, this is your issue, Whakatai, because it feels like because we're doing such a good job, we're not getting enough central government funding. So, and, you know, if you go to talk to some of those governors of the DHB, in hindsight, they might have approached it differently if they knew what was, you know, coming. They were fighting for survival, but actually the approach, you know, may or may not have been wrong.
Yeah, understand the frustration, and it certainly is a difficult one. I suppose one comment I'd say about that is that sitting with my peers a few weeks ago up in Christchurch discussing our plans for the next 3 years, for funding bids for the next 3 years, still, the rest of the team are now very focused on pavements, which we were focused on 6 years ago. So we've managed to keep ahead of the curve, is I suppose the key. And now we're talking bridges. Those guys haven't quite got to the bridges yet, but they will be talking about that next time we catch up. And also just noting that, you know, under Local Government Act, the need to, you know, of prudent stewardship of the assets could mean that it would cost a lot more in 10 years' time to play catch up. But yeah, I suppose it certainly is up to council to decide if they'd like to continue contributing extra funding over or above Waka Kotahi. Certainly be some tough level of service conversations with the community if we were to not continue doing that.
Which is the point of this presentation.
Thanks, team. Can I, one of the reasons I think that we're so efficient is that over the years, Susie and Andrew and the team have gathered really good data and information, and I think it's not just in roading but across a lot of what council does. Really good data actually helps to inform decisions, and it takes quite a while, but that's one of the reasons we have been able to do it. And it's hard work, it's unseen work to begin with, but to your point, me and Nigel, it is what actually enables really good decisions and optimisation to be made, and I think it's something we should champion and promote, but across other service activities as well. If we invest in that data, it can help make really good optimising decisions with a scarce resource.
I'd have to say that, yeah, without that data, we'd probably be funded a lot less by Whakatāhi. Yeah, and, you know, it's those robust business cases that we test them with, that, yeah, we get the funding that we're getting now. Without it, we would be free a lot less.
And I understand the concept of performance-based punishment, but when you look at that chart, you're in the top 5 for provincial councils. That is a really good result for Timaru, and that is such a good news story. And what you want is perhaps central government funding agencies to change their mindset to actually reward good performance by supporting to make sure that, you know, these guys are on their cutting edge if the rest of Canterbury are trying to play catch up to where Timaru is. The government should be supporting Timaru to help set those exemplars for how it can be done and how it can be done efficiently. So, yeah, kudos. Okay, let's talk about now the issues for land transport activity. Right, these are not in order of priority. One of the big issues that we actually have here is talking about the slow transition to a lower carbon emissions, because we don't have a lot of the solid infrastructure into supporting EV vehicles, a lot of cycleways, all the multimodal transport. It's not an unusual position to be in, but it's just a fact that because of the wide distances covered in your district, there's a heavy, heavy reliance on fossil fuel vehicles to get around. But I know that the team have been looking at things like their active transport strategy and looking at bringing in more multimodal transport options, particularly in your urban areas. Okay. Road safety. You have some road network deficiencies, and by that what we're talking about are things like signage that sometimes gets blocked by bushes or trees or other signs. Driver behaviors come into it, and the attitudes sometimes. Inappropriate road speed areas. Some roads may be still at too high a speed limit for the changing dynamics that have happened around that road. Or some speed limits may be too low in some certain cases. So there's a whole bunch of things that are not really completely within council's control, but does impact on the road safety statistics that we have to report on annually. So always an issue. Climate change. When we have these extreme weather events, and out of the top 10 extreme weather, wet weather events, 6 of them have happened in the last 10 years. This is like going back over the last 50, 60 years. So we're having more frequent weather events, and that does impact on your network resilience, particularly when you're talking about your rural unsealed roads, when you have washouts, potholes, shingle displacement, those type of things. Those increase costs, the more of these events that we have, and it limits access because you have to close roads for repairs, et cetera, et cetera. And unfortunately, we do have a society where instant gratification takes too long. So they think when you've closed a road, it should be open the next day. And so you have a tension with expectations as well.
And probably just to note that the team were really excited when we read the draft government policy statement on Build Back Better, to answer your question, Councillor Pye, because historically it's been really hard. Like, you could have had the same culvert, small size culvert, washed out 8 times, and you have to replace it with the same size culvert, whereas now with Build Back Better, we're actually able to design to those higher intensity rainfall events now, which is great for those rural areas, particularly sole access like Rangitata and 3 Mile Bush. You know, there's a number of them in the area.
Susie, is there any road, I mean, yeah, Blenheim, Nelson, so those sorts of areas are going to have to make some hard choices on what roads they are going to, you know, put back in because of weather. Is there any roads that you think actually we shouldn't be servicing?
Not off the top of my head at the moment, but there obviously are accesses to the likes of the beaches and things like that. You know, we've already lost access to the old car park down at Patati Point, and then obviously as we move up coast, it's going to be similar. Rangitata Gorge does cost a lot to keep access into, but it is that sole access. And short of rafting out, I'm not sure how else they'll get in and out. But yeah, certainly, I suppose that comes down to that differential level of service. Where it is low volume, there are alternate routes. There probably are going to be some hard discussions and decisions over the next 3 to 10 years.
Right, this leads to one of the biggest issues that land transport is facing, and that's due to the growth, economic growth, impacting on the roads because of the goods transport and the fact that the roads, some of these roads are old and they weren't built for the heavy vehicles that are now on them, and so your deterioration is actually happening faster. That also has, conversely, an impact on your transport sector for those heavy goods when you have to limit the access on some of those roads. So it's kind of like a circular argument. You've got heavy trucks causing a lot of the problem, and then we have to stop the heavy trucks going on them to fix the problem. And how do we fund that? And currently, we're funding it really through our ratepayers and through Waka Kotahi. So we do have an aging infrastructure, even though this team is doing very well to keep ahead of the curve. But the reality is we've got roads here that are, you know, over 100 years old. And
Yeah, so when we're building now, we're building back to existing, or to new guidelines and frameworks. We build to a 25-year design life, knowing that we'll get longer out of that. And the lucky people that sit in the seats after us and after you guys will have the ability to go and use technology to or be good custodians and use stabilisation techniques, for example, like foam bitumen and cement stabilisation to rejuvenate the pavement. But one example that you might like and might get a bit of a chuckle out is Muff Road. When we did the work out on Muff Road, we did some test pits and had about 30 millimetres of pavement, about the same of chip seal, and then underneath it was some beautiful black potato growing soil before we hit any clays. So it's kind of no wonder, a lot of these roads were sealed. They were just dressed up, shaped up, and sealed on top of whatever the unsealed road had been underneath. But it was beautiful black soil. I was like, I wouldn't mind some of that for the veggie garden. Certainly not ideal structures for our roads to sit on. Noting that government changed the vehicle intervention mass rule in 2015, which allowed bigger, heavier vehicles on the network, saying that there'd be no further deterioration because they're adding an extra axle to the trucks. Which was all around freight efficiency, which we're supportive of and making sure that we can have freight efficiency. But what that has meant is that a lot of the transport owners have gone and got those bigger trucks because they are more efficient, and so they're wanting to go on more and more of the network. Whereas I think the transport agency thought it was only going to affect highways, but of course it's rolled out, and now. The old 7-tonne, 8-tonne sheep truck that used to go up the end of an unsealed road a couple of times a year is now getting a much bigger, heavier truck that's fully loaded, going to go get sealed, drop off or pick up some things. So it's a changed area, the demand has changed, and as a result we are seeing more damage.
That's Susie. Who decides what roads they can go on and not? Because they are restricted on what roads they can go on. So is that something that council here decides, or is that out of your... It is? Yeah.
Yes.
And how do you make those decisions?
So a lot of the data that we've captured, it is a bit of a struggle because
there
is a push to get as much access as possible, noting that we do try and allow 50 max, 50-tonne trucks can technically go across the whole network, apart from a few areas that are by law prevented. But it's the heaviers, the HPMV, high productivity motor vehicles. We have a list of permitted roads. Up until recently, we were issuing ourselves, but we've just signed a memorandum of understanding because we were getting so many through. On here is the permitted, not permitted routes, and now Waka Kotahi through WSP, who are our bridge engineers, specialist structural engineers. They are involved in the process. So we say, here are the roads that they can go on. These ones you probably need to come and check with us, and we need to know if it's a one-off or if it's going to be a quarry or whatever. But basically it's us.
how do you enforce that?
We don't enforce that, but it's a quite interesting self-policing system because you'll decline somebody's HPMP permit on a road, and they will be the first person to call you when they see a truck with H plates, and we'll let you know. So we have a pretty good relationship with New Zealand Police to go and have conversations with operators that are blatantly flagging it, and we also got some good internal staff that just call up and have a bit of a conversation with the operators as well and say, hey, we have noticed the following. Your permit does not allow that. Please cease and desist.
Sorry, just one more question on that. How does that funding work? Because in my mind, in our area, given the industry that goes on, we will get more and more of those trucks on the road. And I think, I'm not 100% familiar with it, but I assume they pay more road users, but that won't come back to us. So how...
It goes to the national pool, and then that is... then we look at the government policy statement that comes out, so the draft government policy statement's out now. We submit on that and say why we think these things, various levers should change, and then we spend well, ironically, we had got the draft statement was released on the 18th of August, so we had to have our submission in by the 15th of September, but at the same time we needed to have our initial funding bid into Waka Kotahi that should align with the GPS by the 31st of August. So yeah, some great timing, but basically, yeah, we've got to align our program with the GPS, and we use all of that data to try and say, hey, this is why we need the money that we need. And at the moment, well, 3 years ago, we did manage to get a lot more than we had in the past due to that data, but we still get we're in a constrained funding round. National affordability is an issue.
So, but you're basically, the funding goes into the one big pot and projects are prioritised on a national basis. So, we just have to compete against Christchurch, Auckland, Wellington, Nelson. Yeah.
So I guess my question is, do we make some assumptions in our budgeting on how many of those vehicles we think we're going to have on the road? Because if we're just budgeting based on the same number, I think we're going to run into trouble, is what I'm kind of getting to.
So we look at a growth rate within our traffic counting system. And so we do traffic counts, those are the tubes that we put across the road, and we've got a program that is in RAM, our asset management system, and basically it does a whole heap of black box information behind and applies a growth rate to what we think will be happening and the percentage of heavies we'll likely have, and then that spits out some work that then we field verify to see. So yes, in part, but always you'll have a land use change like we had out on Seadown Road, where a quarry was consented by another agency and has now contributed to advanced failure on a road that we weren't quite ready to do yet. We thought we had another 8 years before we were having to do that.
We need to send ECAN the bill, if that's the case. What the problem with this is, so we know that we need to have a political conversation, because we're underfunded, and political conversation seems to go nowhere so far. And I don't think, if there's a change of government, I don't think they're going to have a will to do anything too different. But I think we need to be starting to say, well, actually, we know the funding's there, but you're not giving it to us. Allow us to have a regional fuel tax. And for South Canterbury to be saying we need a regional fuel tax is likely to make national news, potentially, and at least be an opportunity to put our case forward that, underfunding. We've got to pick a political move that's going to bring a conversation forward. Otherwise, we're just going to be in the same position. Strategically, we need to look at how we bring this, forward. That might be the wrong way, and I know they're not going to have a will for, regional fuel taxes. I don't think Auckland's spending their money for some reason. I don't know why that is, but to me, it makes sense. Tax at the pump and put it back into the roads should be pretty simple, really.
Government, Ministry of Transport is currently looking at the future of funding for roads. So certainly, once anything is released on that, there'll be deep dives into that detail and submissions, etc., written. But yes, there's limited. We've done what we can with the data to really prove our case. But it comes down to the pool of money is as big as the pool of money is, and the minister decides how they're going to allocate that funding.
One of the key issues is that funding revenue, or that funding stream that's coming into government. It's basically over the years is completely flatlined. As vehicles get more efficient, we're bringing in hybrids, we're bringing in electric vehicles. The electric vehicles pay absolutely nothing towards the roads at all. It's just a crazy situation that we've got there. But you can't rely on the petrol sales to fund the roads any longer with the alternative fuel systems coming into play. So that's something the government really needs to grapple with and address. Yeah, they have been propping it up a little bit through taxpayer money, but it's not enough. And I think you'll find every council says that they're underfunded. The funding's just not there. It's a very small bit. The government spends less money on roads than they do on the prisons, I think. So.
Yeah, one great thing that we're noting this time around with the regional land transport plan, so working with Canterbury, is that the RLTP team have direct access now to Ministry of Transport, which is a change because it's historically been filtered through by Waka Kotahi. So at least we've been able to say, here is our story, this is our issue in Canterbury. And the team have been great to work with. And, you know, whilst, yes, we do have Christchurch, which has different issues to us, the wider team and Christchurch himself have been great to work with. And we have been pushing on, well, actually, maintenance, looking after what we've got is the most important thing to everybody in Canterbury.
Councillors, we're just at a junction point right now. If you would like to get a cup of tea, we can put a pause right now, and when we come back, we will get into bridges, because there'll be a lot of discussion around that, I imagine. So I just welcome everybody. We will come back and reconvene at 10:30. That's okay? Thank you very much. Are we ready to convene? Okay, lovely. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. So we've finished off talking about a lot of the issues for land transport around some of the roading network, and now we're going to talk about some of the specialized areas. So we're going to begin talking about bridges, she says, hopefully. Why aren't you doing this? I did. Hold on the line, please, caller. Here we are. Okay, why aren't you doing that? Yeah, we're just going, that's so close.
No, he hasn't changed.
Oh, great.
Can I talk to bridges anyway, when it comes up?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we've got a number of bridges, 41 in this 10-year long-term plan period. We do assess them every 3 years. Ones that are nearer the end of the life can end up being seen sooner in regards to an assessment. Oh, here we go. I'll let Vincy take away now that she's got to go.
Apologies, technical difficulties due to operator error. Okay, so obviously we have over 300 bridges that we're dealing with there. A very costly repair program ahead, as Susie said. We have some bridges that are over 100 years old and some are made out of wood. So what Susie has actually asked for in her activity and management plan was to increase the replacement program to have 41 bridges and culverts over the next 10 years for this LTP, where normally they would do about 25. Okay, so that comes at a higher cost. Now, we've got the 41 in this next 10 years. After that, there's a much bigger wave of repairs that will be coming as the assets are coming to the end of their life. Please keep in mind that this is not about replacing every bridge. So we can be talking about repairs, replacing some components, and that's where the conversation about are there any potential rationalizations that we could do around our bridging infrastructure. Right now, what's in the budget is unsubsidized council funding to increase that program would be $6.9 million in years 1 to 3 to commence that work.
So is this new, or was some already in the long-term plan?
Probably a mixture of both. So we've, I suppose, as we collect further data and get more information, we then realise how big and bad the picture is. But so and the movement to a 30-year program has shown, through the infrastructure strategy, that the next wave is there sitting for us to do. So this one here is one that we're doing at the moment. So
If you had to choose between unsubsidised roads and unsubsidised bridges, what would you choose? No, I'm just having you.
very tough one. Who's going to take the calls on all the potholes? I suppose that's worth saying as well. Any cuts to the level of service, we're already probably around 70 to 80% of the CRMs we receive now through land transport are more around the level of service than an actual fault or issue. So a lot of the conversations we as a team are already having with the community of, I'm sorry, this is not a level of service we can provide. So it's a real tough one. So this is South Street Bridge. You'll be aware we're replacing it at the moment. The old wooden structure is at the end of life. We've managed to get a further 10 years out of it by doing component replacements. So there's some big beams cool story about this bridge is that it will be it's being replaced now. The structure has been lifted in, and the old bridge is actually being recycled and has been donated for the Central South Island cycleway. So there's still components sitting within that bridge that are fine for light traffic like that, however accessible for trucks, they are not. So yeah, this is a great structure. So we actually got 8 tenders for the structure replacement, which is huge. You know, we get asked by our peers how we're managing to get so many tenders. The prices have sat under engineers' estimates, so we've managed to get good prices and a good quality of work that's being done at the moment. So we are certainly winning in that game, which is brilliant. And the bridge itself, so you'll see it there, it currently has the 2 piers sitting within rail corridor, which makes it very hard to get permission to go in and undertake maintenance to the structure. So the new structure, I suppose this is answers your question somewhat, Councillor Pye, replacing like with like. No, we're not putting piers back in. We are doing a single span so we can maintain from the top much easier. So that's an example of one that we're doing right now, and it's about $1 million to replace that bridge.
Yeah, and that's interesting because actually you can, if you look at the benefit, although, I'm fully supportive of that bridge being replaced, but with the light of the conversations we had, you can access both sides via road. So, moving forward, would that, is it necessary to replace that bridge?
Yeah, that was certainly an interesting conversation that we did have at the time of replacement, just noting potential for coastal inundation there and potential of transporting houses, etc. Current only other access is underneath the rail, which is limited in height, and our rubbish trucks currently can't get through the underpass. So the road crossing bridge was required for that resilient access.
Just for the rubbish bins, though, but maybe they just have to walk their wheelies out to the close to the cemetery. No, that's fine. Look, we've got 40 years odd of bridges ahead of us. My question is around, the skill set that's needed, design, engineers, all those sorts of things. We've just got a wave. Are we at the point where some of those skill sets should be in-house versus external? Because we're going to be using WSP, I assume, for bridge design, for this. All the Canterbury councils are going to have these same issues. So if we've got X amount of bridges, they've got X amount of bridges, should we be collaborating better on consultancy? Is it in-house resource, or is it a combined Canterbury initiative to look at a consultancy firm for bridge replacement? We've just got to be smarter in the way we do things, is what I'm saying. Are we thinking outside of the box?
We're basically doing collaboration now. WSP is bridge engineers for the highways, for us, for Ashburton, Mackenzie, most of the regional councils actually, well, most of the councils full stop. So we don't have a formal cluster agreement as such, but yeah, they are the experts in the field. They do offer low-cost solutions. We have tested it and using other consultancies, and we tend to get more Rolls-Royce type solutions, to be honest.
So my question is what's the competitor to WSP? There again, you've given me the same answer. Should we be looking at those skill sets? What exactly are the skill sets that we use? What would they cost us to have inside council versus what we're spending over the next 10-year period on that specific skill set? Can we do some analysis on that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we certainly could look at that, but it's a structural engineer that we'd require, and they certainly don't come cheap. While we have a big wave of work coming, we'll need access to varying skill sets, probably not just one individual. We also do look at the opportunity to do design builds on our lower risk, lower flow options. So, where we're doing a box culvert replacement or something like that. So we don't always straight jump to WSP for that work. But I don't know, Andrew, you got anything else you want to add to that one?
Yeah, look, I know there's structural engineers that will specialise in, bridges versus something else. But, if we do some analysis over our spend on structural engineering, just currently what we're doing, I'm sure it's a pretty decent bill. So there again, I ask the question is, what's the cost doing externally versus paying to someone 200 grand, we might be able to rob someone off a good consultancy to have them, inside. That's the question that I'm asking.
Well, bridge engineering is a very specialist field, and there are limited people in the business for that, so securing someone in Timaru would be quite a challenge, to say the least. But yeah, I think where the biggest savings are is being more innovative in the way you look at the approach. So, if you've got a bridge there, yeah, we always do look at a culvert. You may get to a point where we actually look at a ford instead of actually putting a bridge back there at all. So yeah, I think that's where your big savings are to be made there. Do you really need these as bridges? Is there other ways we can do it?
I get that. I guess my question is, can someone do some cost-benefit analysis on having that skill set? Because I think if you pay our external cost versus paying the individual to have them on staff, you could make a package quite attractive, I would have thought, to bring them here. I just think we need to do that analysis.
Okay, thank you. Associated with bridges, you often have other structures that can be of concerns. Things like your railings and your retaining walls, and they're not structures that come to front of mind when you talk about council property, council land, and what have you. But I can assure you, after the Canterbury earthquake, retaining walls became super important. It's when they collapse that you really realize their value. Now, there's quite a few retaining walls in the district. The issue that we actually have is the lack of data, because there hasn't been the resourcing available to really investigate all of these.
And what's the resource we need? Is it a structural engineer?
Good point. There certainly is a gap in the data available, and the resource initially will be, some of them is unknown ownership. It's working out, is it a council structure or is it a private owner structure? So it's, a bit of structural engineering, but also just a whole heap of data capture and review of old town plans, etc. So more of a GIS type data officer position.
The reason why this is actually being brought up is because this is part of what we're actually looking at for the investment from council for, in order to maintain levels of service and be able to address our data gaps. There has been extra budget asked for in the activity management plan, which we will come to. Unsealed roads, our favorite topic. Okay, so when we're dealing with unsealed roads in here in the district, you're looking at over 750 kilometers of them, and 78% of those are considered to be low volume by Waka Kotahi. The data shows very clearly the largest users are heavy vehicles associated with the primary industry, and that includes forestry as well as farming. For big milk tankers and stuff like that. It is the largest problem area for customer complaints for the roading team, and you have very low satisfaction survey results. Hasn't always been the case, but it seems to be more prevalent in recent years, and yet the level of service has not gone down in that time. So we're still grading the roads exactly the same as what we used to, but you're getting more complaints about that. The low-volume rural roads have one of the lowest journeys per year, and so they do a rating on the number of journeys on a road per year on average. And a lot of your urban roads are in the 500, 600, 700 a year. These roads are on 12, okay? So we're talking like very sparse, sporadic travel routes. However, they require the most road metalling, obviously, for the renewal work, and that's due to the high aggregate loss that's displaced either through the heavy vehicles or weather events. One area of concern is because a lot of the lifestyle block developments in rural areas involve urban people moving out to those areas and perhaps maintaining their expected level of service to still have rural, urban roads in their new lifestyle properties. That won't be all encompassing, of course, but there will be some cases like that as more and more people do move out for quality of life measures. And we have a lot of theories as to why customer complaints might be going up, but the reality is we need to look at our levels of service and our performance measures because we're not asking the right questions. We're not able to determine what it is they're unhappy with. It's just that they're unhappy. So we don't know if it's because of the potholes, because of the heavy traffic, is it because the shingle's been displaced, is it because they don't think the grader's coming often enough? So we need to do something around our performance measures if we want to keep this performance measure. It's not a mandatory one, it's one council uses for its own monitoring. And that will be, how can we improve the quality of the data that we get from the people who are answering? And you should know that people who actually answer that are unsealed road users are underrepresented in the cohorts or the sample sizes. So you've got basically a lot of, you have the squeaky wheel making a lot of noise. So not all road users obviously are taking part in the surveys, but, and you'll have people who live in the area. There's a higher prevalence and prominence in the national conversation about road conditions. So, you know, your base awareness could be up at any rate anyways. So I'm proposing that for the performance measures and looking at the questions that we're asking, we get better at asking the right questions so that we know what the problem is we're trying to fix.
Just on that, Vincy, do we ask the question if they're a regular user of rural roads? Or is it possible that we have people that don't drive on them regularly, not used to what the standard should be, answering those questions?
I think the latter is very probable, to be honest with you, and I'm not familiar with this survey because there's only one that's just going out now for resident satisfaction, and I can't off the top of my head, but I can certainly look into that. But it's worth investigating. I mean, Trudy in her time here has managed to actually give us some good cost savings with the way we're actually conducting the research now. And that means it opens up the scope to ask better questions. I've already talked about how, about the vulnerability of these roads. Wet weather gives you potholes and shingle displacement, high dust and dry weather, which causes, of course, breathing issues for the community. So the Land Transport Unit has proposed to do an intensive seal road extension to 90 kilometers of unsealed roads over the next 10 years. It does come at a cost to do that. It's about $500,000 per kilometer of road to seal. Is that correct?
Yeah, it somewhat depends on the traffic volume. When we've got heavies, a lot of heavies using a route, design the pavement thicker, so the underlying condition of the road. If it's a lower volume, heavy vehicles, but a high number of residences along that road, like Brophy Road, for example, out in Geraldine, then that would be cheaper per kilometre to do because we wouldn't need to design for so many trucks versus Rangitata Gorge, for example. So it is variable, but yeah.
So you have a few options about how you want to handle this. You can let the community decide if they want to increase rates to deal with rural unsealed roads because this is subsidized by Waka Kotahi. Or you can opt not to do the seal extensions and just keep the levels of service exactly, well, as a matter of fact, it won't even be meeting the level of service if we don't do that, will we?
Well, it won't decrease the level of service as such, but it certainly won't make any difference to the satisfaction of the unsealed roads out there and the types of complaints we are getting through and go through the media as well.
Yeah. And so the point I'm raising here is that if you choose not to do the road seal extension that's been asked for in the activity management plan, it will increase the risk of complaints. And so what that means is we as a council are deciding, or you as a council are deciding that you will not put the burden onto ratepayers to fund for these low-volume rural unsealed roads to be sealed. But when you have people who live on those roads or drive on those roads calling you, complaining and asking for that, that's where the tough conversation has to happen, that you back up the decision that has been made, because it will create an extra burden on things like customer services and the roading team if the decisions that are made around the table are not backed when you have the people calling you.
We are going to see in the AMPs, though, aren't we, the full 90 kilometres broken down with criteria, cost for each, and all that sort of thing, because it's not necessarily going to be in all 90 kilometres or none. So when we're talking about satisfaction, we're not necessarily going to be saying to this stretch of road or residents in this area that...
We have identified the 90 kilometres of roads that, under officer's opinion, would be somewhat beneficial to seal for other outcomes other than road maintenance costs or those things due to complaints or heavy vehicle use or number of houses, those kinds of things. We haven't applied a multi-criteria analysis to it, and we could add an estimate cost on what it would cost to do those roads. But yeah, at this stage, it's kind of broad brush. Here is a list of roads. Here is,
I think we'd like to see that, though. We'd like to be looking at it because it's not one big 90k project, is it?
Gosh, no.
So when it's broken down, and
as I say, the biggest length would be the likes of Rangitata Gorge for 10 kilometres, and the rest of it, the rest of those 90 kilometres sit across 30 other roads. So,
yeah. Well, it would be prudent to look at each one of them, so we'd need to know the costs and the criteria behind each. Yeah.
Can certainly add some work to that one.
And I think it's, what our community can afford. So, quarter of an hour ago, we're looking at the wish list is to double the amount of bridges. Now we want to increase the amount of sealing on our roads when we know an unsealed road is ultimately cheaper than having sealed roads. It's so two very high cost extensions to service at a time where we will get complaints regardless if the road is sealed if the rates are too high. So, yeah, big conversation.
Big conversation.
Big wish list.
Right. And this is the workshop for that conversation.
Bring back the horse and cart, better for climate emissions as well. No. Actually, based on your efficiency, it's probably not.
There are other options.
Just be aware too, and when you do seal roads, then you're going to have additional depreciation long term to actually replace those roads in the future. So there is some ongoing costs there, and would have to increase our road resurfacing program as well, so in the longer term. So there are, it's a tricky decision. It is more, I guess, customer service driven than asset driven.
And that would be just one thing that I'd be mindful of. We'll still go out and talk to people that were aware of a seal extension list from 50 years ago and ask why we haven't done it yet. So you kind of publish these lists at risk, I suppose, that then it becomes hey, this was considered then. Why has it not been done already? So we certainly can do that work. We've done most of it already, and we can include that in the activity management plan. No problems at all.
I kind of think some of the dilemma is, we're potentially going to spend that $57 million on a theatre that some rural people would propose that doesn't benefit them at all, and I know that's not the case, and so how do we get that balance of where we spend our money and who it benefits? And it's kind of part of a bigger question, isn't it?
And that will be part of the activity funding analysis that we do, where we break down line by line. We look at the benefits, okay? Now, council can choose, I beg your pardon.
So just in response to that one, we have done some high-level analysis in the past, and basically urban ratepayers subsidise rural ratepayers when it comes to roads, because just the sheer cost, because how much rural road we've got,
And coming down to costs, there are other options council can choose. Rather than just doing a general rate over everybody, you can choose an exacerbator pays type of service, and that's where you get things like your heavy vehicle companies would pay a targeted rate for the use of their vehicles being on those roads. A targeted rate towards particular landowners where those vehicles are going to for goods delivery or pickup.
Can you target a trucking firm specifically?
You
No.
would charge them an exacerbator pays things a fee, if I recall.
No, that's actually not in the legislation to be able to do that. They pay the road user charges, and they are out on the road. What you're talking about, there was an option many years ago, but it was like a regional fuel tax type situation.
It's the same,
Oh.
effectively the same.
Yeah, but that's no longer available.
I beg your pardon, I'm out of date.
Targeted rate is definitely available, yeah.
So, I mean, we talked about the other day, where you could apply it as the, rating differential on forestry property, you could increase that to help fund roads,
Yeah, and Trudy might have a bit more up-to-date knowledge, but in some districts like Southland, they do look at the roading rate and via the land usage, to your point, forestry, sheep and beef, or dairy or whatever. They still got that model, and that's then how they try and build in some of that use factor, if you like, or utility and consumption of the asset.
Some of that would be more part of a full rating review versus even LTP. So even in saying that, I would like us to get to a point where we're having a discussion for this long-term plan around the forestry differential, because I think that's something we should be looking pretty closely at.
I'd want to be very careful before going down that route, because I think that flood in 2019 showed that even though the local land protection, it benefits the entire community. I just warn a bit of caution.
So history of the forestry one, I remember last LTP or one before, we had someone from up the gorge or somewhere came to us presenting the need for a sealed road because they were due for harvest. So, which we, that's right, yes, which we declined, and so, it's, a little bit about user pays, isn't it?
One thing that I'd be interested to discuss at some point would be how we would weight various outcomes, because each road that would be up for a seal extension has different outcomes that we'd be trying to achieve that aren't our technical outcomes at all. They'd be around that dust a little bit. Well, safety is technical, but a bit on safety, number of dwellings. So we've obviously got current policy that doesn't cover a number of those things at the moment. But there'd certainly need to be discussion, the likes of maybe an ILM, to develop what would be council's preferred weighting criteria that would be applied. We've got quite a technical spreadsheet developed already with all of it, but it's okay. So what?
Look, look, I think we need all the data, but until actually the government comes to the party, seal extensions personally should just be off the table, in my view.
So now that we're talking about levels of service, they've remained very consistent for a number of years within the land transport activity. However, with increased costs, the weather events, the increased demand due to the economic growth, and customer expectations, there's a big strain on the current budgets. So the existing budget cannot cover the existing levels of service anymore. It's been stretched too thin. Susie has requested the additional $5 million of funding per year to increase the work on a number of the things that we have discussed in this presentation, and also to maintain existing levels of service. And it's worked out to be about an 8% rate increase per year. That's working on how our rates work. If the funding's not obtained, specific services, which we can discuss actively right now, would have to be cut or reduced to be able to stay within budget. So the funding for years 1 to 3 was about $82.1 million. So that's an extra $15 million than normally would have been asked for in years 1 to 3. The work program submitted to Waka Kotahi is $146 million. As you know, they fund 51% under the FAR rate for their approved programs. We don't know if they're going to approve all of those $146 million, $46 million worth of programs. So if they did approve everything, what Susie is asking for is council to pay for that anticipated shortfall. So you would be paying 56% of the proposed work program of the $146 million. That's depending on if it all gets approved. If they don't approve everything, then either the work program needs to be adjusted or we come to council asking, do you want to keep those work programs in? And it'll be coming with the begging bowls asking for more money.
Yeah, so just noting that the difference between those two is our improvements program. So that's our what we call low cost, low risk, our Road Zero, our regionally significant projects, the likes of resilient access to the port, so Heaton Hayes rail crossing, working with Kiwi Rail on that one, new Washdyke Link Road, so connecting Meadows Road to Seadown Road, is also a regionally significant project, and then implementation of the active transport strategy, so keeping on with the work that we've been doing under the Transport Choices funding and the Better Off funding that we've had available as an extra, so another $2 million per annum sitting in there, and then just the small network improvements that we do day in, day out, you know, small roundabouts, rural intersection realignments, safer crossing points, all of those things that you see popping up around the district. And noting that, yeah, it is just for the approved program, and as per every cycle since forever, the RLTP, Regional Land Transport Plan, the NLTP, the National Land Transport Program, and our LTP never line up, and we don't get the information from Waka Kotahi generally until we've got to the point of rate strike. But be accurate to say, wouldn't it, Andrew, of what they are actually going to fund. So it does put us in a very difficult situation. We were told by Waka Kotahi staff before Christmas last year that we would have indicative allocations in March. I believe that's been held up for political reasons, and we do not have those indicative allocations that align our program to the GPS. So we are walking in a dark room, knowing that the expectations of our community are high and growing, and that the level of service we are providing currently through multiple avenues, different contractors and our personal staff is a challenge to keep up under existing budgets. We're required by Waka Kotahi to fund cost fluctuations at rules set by them, which currently sit at 16 to 17% for our maintenance contract. We are exceptionally lucky, or we're not lucky because there's been a lot of hard work that goes into it to make sure that we get a lot of tenderers in for the work that we do put out. We ask a lot of specific questions to try and get the right contractors to tender the work, and we are getting prices that are actually below engineers' estimates, which is a fantastic position to be in. But yeah, I suppose the key is we're trying everything, we're stretching everything as far as we can, but we're now at the point where we can't really continue to do that, or we can't continue to do that and provide the level of service that we currently are. And like I noted before, 70 to 80% of our customer requests that we get through are for work that doesn't fit within our current provided level of service. So it may be going some way into our decreasing satisfaction from our customers.
Susie, so my question is then, if we have a budget request for 1 to 3 years, so you put it in and 12 months later you find out if it's approved. But to me, like every business, you've got to live within your means. So it makes me nervous that we're anticipating something and we're not going to get it, because that's how you fail. And so my initial reaction is we only do what we receive funding for. We're not a bank.
I agree, and so we have made some assumptions in our income stream based on the historic practice from Waka Kotahi, that will get somewhere between 10 to 20% over and above what we've been getting for the previous 3 years. So the income stream for grants and subsidies matches roughly that percentage, so it doesn't actually match the full 51%. We haven't made the assumption that they will fund 51% of the program, because they haven't in the past. So yeah, we've made that assumption on grants and subsidies that it is lower than 51% of the total cost that they'll be giving us.
Then you design your program around what you know you would get funded for, and once it comes in, you reprogram and say, we're not doing any of that. So you'll have a list of programmed work, and when you don't get funded for it, it gets slashed. I don't know why we're overthinking it. You just can't do it.
I agree, unless now government come to the party, we're not in the position to be increasing unsubsidised work anywhere.
Yeah, so particularly in the, sorry Andrew, just quickly, but particularly in the improvements, that's exactly what we do. We say, oh, cool, there is no funding for that. But when we come into the operational and renewal budgets, that's where we need support and decisions from, not today, but decisions eventually from this table around what the level of service is going to look like, because it is difficult conversations continually with the community about the level of service that is affordable by that community.
Yeah, just to point out, if we elected to go to that, where we only spend what we're funded for, that would mean a significant cut in the level of service, because we have been topping up, I guess, over the last 9 years. So over those 9 years, and it has actually been slowly growing because we keep less from Waka Kotahi. So just be aware that it would be a significant cut in the level of service, not just what we're talking about here. It would be almost, stopping grading, stopping just about everything in that respect. Because we are, that is a decision that was made by council, that they didn't want to see that cut in the level of service, and that we would fund above what Waka Kotahi give us, because that is really only the minimum we get. Do not be concerned about the 146 million, because we always aim really high. We know damn well that we're never going to get that funding. We've got more chance of winning Lotto than we have of getting that funding. So, even though we don't have a ticket. So yeah, we always have to aim high, and we have to, just like in the regional transport program, we've got quite a lot of wish list projects in there as well, and we always aim high there. So yeah, we will come back. And the 82 million is the realistic figure.
Okay, this concludes what we actually wanted to talk about in roading, so I'm going to take the opportunity now to remind councillors around the poll everywhere that was sent to you. Here we go. The link was sent to you to actually look at the big issues for the community and for you to actually be able to rank them. What I'm going to ask you to do is, in your tables of 3, knowing what we've just discussed about roading, you have the ability to go in and change your answers if you think you want to actually reprioritize, or you have the opportunity to say, actually, I think maybe we need to tweak something or add something in there. So what I'm going to invite you to do is, as a workshop, you're going to discuss with each other the things you just heard about roading, and what's really critical, will it change any of your priorities that you've identified? Some of you have not done this yet, and you have the ability and the time to do that now if you wish. But really critically, the discussion that was just had, that if we stop subsidizing the government as we have been for the roads in here, that's going to be very significant to this community. What are the key messages, and how are we going to go about delivering those to your community members? Because remember, this is your LTP, and you're the ones who front this and front these decisions. So we need to talk tactically how you want to go about that. And what's the ongoing message that we want to be given to this community? We understand everybody knows cost of living. Everybody else is tightening their belts. If you're going to be advocating, so is council. How are we going to package that up? So I'm going to encourage you, I'm going to give you about 15 minutes to actually talk amongst yourselves, do the poll if you need to, and then we're going to come back collectively and have that open discussion from each group, what you would like to contribute to that.
I haven't filled this in yet. When I opened it, I got a little bit confused when I saw Theatre Royal and other bits and bobs already in there, because they were already in the long-term plan last time. So I wasn't really sure why we're going back.
We're talking about what do you think are the biggest issues for this LTP that we must deliver? And the Theatre Royal, as I understand, you still have another meeting in November that has another...
Yeah, I mean, to your point, though, is when you get to LTP document, is it something going to open and be a big issue? Well, it shouldn't be, because actually, either at that point we've decided, perhaps if we haven't decided, then it will be a big issue, but if we have decided, it might just be business as usual, deliver on the project. And so when we talk about big issues, is that actually the things that we're going to talk about with the community when we... So based on that, I would say, depends which direction that meeting takes, but possibly a no, because we've already had that conversation a couple of times.
And keep in mind, when you're out there talking to the community and you're actually saying, we're not going to do this, this, and this, as has been pointed out, they are going to say to you, but you're spending $58 million on a theatre. So how are you going to phrase that conversation when you're having it with the community? Because they will raise it with you.
I think they all understand that that's loan funded versus rate funded. Vince, that'll be fine.
Yeah. Keeping in mind for a lot of these other things, you're going to be loan funding. Okay, so I'll leave you for 15 minutes. Is it okay? We'll take an adjournment for the live streaming for the next 15 minutes while you're in committee actually discussing amongst yourselves, and then come back to live streaming when we're having the open discussion. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors. Okay, so we had a bit of time there, and now all 6 of you have gone through and done your prioritization again, looking at the big issues, and I'll just go through and explain these. When I said service delivery, doing what we say we'll do, that's about having realistic expectations about what we expect to achieve. So when we put something in the long-term plan and saying, we're going to do this, this, and this, we know we can actually achieve that. And it will be through exceptional circumstances that we can't, which we can always explain. And that becomes really important because when we get into this next bit, when we're talking about the rest of the infrastructure strategy, sometimes we can have very ambitious work programs that are just not realistic. So it's about having real-world views. Financial prudence, we all know that because we had the wonderful presentation from James and Jason on financial prudence. Levels of service, yes, making sure that we get them right and that we're delivering on them. Aging infrastructure, very appropriate, because that's the reality of the world that that you are all trying to navigate and make decisions in. And of course, roading, which is indicative due to the conversations we've just had for the last couple of hours. I'm going to invite up to the table Laura Rich to sit with Andrew. Laura is the strategy officer for water services, and she helped to prepare the activity management plans, and she's been liaising with a lot of the different characters in the water team, including the transition manager, trying to navigate how we get the best information. It's a work in progress. And we haven't quite finished all the AMPs because we're going back and revisiting what the initial ambitions were for what we can realistically achieve if it's actually council delivering all of these things, as we intend to say in our infrastructure strategy, as opposed to if it was going to be the third-party entity that had a different funding source. So I will go back to the...
So Vincy, just on this though, so...
Yes, please.
Is this, back to my question earlier, is this going to shape some of the conversations we're having with the community? Because there again, you know, how do we have a conversation on a service delivery? It's easy to have a theatre or a stadium. They're easy conversations, but challenges around having a conversation on financial prudence, levels of service, ageing infrastructure. Ageing infrastructure is probably okay, but some of them are quite hard.
They are. So what ideas did you come up with when you talked about community, talking to the community? Did you come up with any?
Well, I mean, I actually don't think it was too bad the way we did it last time. It was quite positive with some of the groups that we got in front of. It's just getting the invites out early and getting in front of people. So,
and clarifying what our messages are.
Yeah. But one of the things, I've actually pushed it higher because it's one of the things that we can have a conversation with is around affordable housing. And I don't think the title's correctly, but our housing stock, our social housing is something that we can have
Yes.
It probably needs to be reworded, but it's something that we can have a conversation with is what is the model for running that moving forward? And I know I've requested that we do a 17A review, et cetera, on that so we can time in for the LTP. So, I like this, but I just don't think I think we need to do more work on this part of it.
Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, from this side of the table, were there any things that you wanted to add around the conversations with the community?
We didn't get to the community, but just on previous experience, I think it's important to engage right across the age span, in which we have done in previous LTPs. It's gone out to high schools, out to different learning facilities, in different areas throughout our district to make sure sometimes you need to go onto their turf rather than coming to us. So I think making us accessible for everyone, no matter what age they are, can look different. It could be schools, it could be rest home facilities, it could be golf clubs. You know, it's trying to capture where people are and engage with them.
And go into where the community is. And it would be fair to say that as you go through your lifespan and through the age spectrum, the council means different things to different people. So for young kids, that's where the lollipop men and the high-vis vests and the road workers that they see come from, council, regardless if they are council workers or not. And as you get older and you start to appreciate how much council contributes to the community, I think that's a fair comment. Right.
Sorry, just because I haven't been involved in this process before, so when we go out and engage with the community, what sort of shape does that take? I mean, is it something similar to what we've just done?
It's really up to you how you want to do it, but what I would advocate, what we normally do is we will have a presentation of what the big issues are. That is a precursor to what's going to go into the consultation document.
Are these the big issues as we've decided they're going to be? Yes? Got you, okay. Yep.
And the community has the chance to give you input and feedback if they think you've missed something. That's always the case. And it's also kind of leading in, we call it preparing the ears for when the consultation document comes out. So what you're doing is you're letting them know about the state of the land. You're letting them know, hey, look, we know we have a problem with aging infrastructure. So here are some of the ways we think we want to go about addressing it. What do you think? And you start to have those really honest conversations early on in the piece. We don't have the magic pot of gold that's going to let us deliver everything you want. So this isn't like the wish list for Santa. This is about being really realistic of what we're going to do to make this community really good for now and the future, because it's about building that resilience. And every community that you go and talk to, or at every community event, just like all of you sitting around the table, everybody's got their own priorities and own agendas and what's important to them. And it's important that everybody feels heard, but not everybody's going to get the answers they are wanting to hear. And that's that delicate balance when you're in the public forum of taking the feedback, thanking people for their input without making the promises, but I'll fix that for you. Because you just can't do that. And you're not a walking CRM. You're not there to take all the complaints. Officers will be in support at all of these community events that we'll start scheduling for you. And we can actually help address some of those things. Okay.
See, if we were going to do that exercise again, I
Yes.
would like to have a conversation, because there's probably 5 things in there that could be bundled into one.
Okay.
So, for example, civic buildings. Well, I would like to see, in brackets, theatres, stadiums, art galleries, whatever. Because I think if you do too many, like just what the exercise, like it was a great exercise, I think the community would get confused. So for me, I think there's 10 topics in there that could be rolled up, and we should do that exercise again, but we need to agree what's one. So for example, there was financial prudency, there was debt levels, they're all the same. Well, they're not all the same, but they're
mean related.
The same.
Yeah,
They're
very
related. So I would love to do that exercise again when we agreed on what the 10 would be.
I'm really happy to work that through with you guys. Really happy to do
I
that.
think that is what the community wants.
I would never go out to the community with a list of 30 things.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it was excellent.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is if we were going to do that exercise again, and actually that starts to shape what we're doing, I'd
Start
like
to narrow it down.
Yeah, or bundle them.
Yeah, easy. Love to have that conversation.
So that specific example is actually how we communicate our financial strategy to the public around, and why we've got to this point, why we need to take on levels of debt to get to that point, and what it's going to look like into the future. How we actually educate people as opposed to, But it's going to be quite different. Sorry, I'll get away from this, but last one was the perfect storm in what we could talk about. We had, theatre, CBD, climate change, and stadium. It's not going to be like that, so it's going to be quite different, and so we need to probably think about how we deliver what we're going to.
You had the sexy stuff last time. Well, when you're talking about a new theater and a stadium and things like that, those are easy to capture the public's imagination with and engagement. And this time it is a more difficult conversation, but it's a long overdue one, to be fair. And I think your community's very reasonable in the fact that when they know that you're really trying to do the best for them, they genuinely appreciate an honest conversation about what that's going to look like. And sometimes it means that we're not always going to have the bells and whistles. We're going to be very pragmatic and tighten our belts a wee bit. Okay. Right, so as a precursor into getting into the discussion about waters and three waters, the first thing I wanted to do was actually just introduce the link as to why councils came into being in the 1800s in New Zealand's history. It was the crossover with public health. Councils very much look after public health, which isn't something that most people recognize because they see you as a regulatory body. But historically, these have always been aligned. Initially, the focus was on quarantine and sanitary reform. Thinking back to the 1800s, pretty rough and rugged, and I've got an example of some of the legislation from back in 1869, which I'll talk about in a moment. A lot of the acts that have been passed, which have a huge bearing on how councils operate, have been reactionary. We're in a phase now where we have actually got strategic legislation having been passed. The Local Government Act was a prime example of that. It was about setting us up for the future instead of dealing with a nuisance that we had to pass legislation for. Now, TAs have an extraordinary wide range of powers that can impact on people's health. And talking about the three waters is a really key function of those. Okay. So looking at the legislation over the years, you had the Contagious Diseases Act back in 1869. Believe it or not, that was about regulating the spread of STIs. And it meant that council officers at the time could actually go up and check certain people as to whether or not they were carrying any diseases or seemed to be, and then they were put into Addington Prison, which was a women's prison at the time. So in the 1900s, you had the Public Health Act, and that focused a lot on the standard of public housing, which of course councils had a huge influence on about where they were built, how they were built, etc. The Social Security Act provided your health and social services to all New Zealanders. By the way, New Zealand is the first country in the world to have had a Public Health Act, which is something of good recognition. The 1956 Health Act, of course, gave councils powers with inspectors to address nuisances, bylaws to protect public health. And that includes nuisances not just related to waste or wastewater and things like that, but that could be noise, all kinds of things. Your Local Government Act, of course, introduced the 4 well-beings, and it was very much focused on outcomes as opposed to trying to address a problem. With the new legislation just passed, it's specified specifically on environmental limits are being put in place to protect human health. That's in the legislation. So it is actually imposing on councils or reinforcing your role is helping to address human health here. And now we move on to one prime way in which we do that. So here we have three waters. This is just going over the history to set the framework. We all know this. We've got the planned transition handover for July 2025, should nothing change, but we have changed just on the horizon, I Legally, Three Waters doesn't have to be in the infrastructure strategy. We are putting it in, though. And we'll take it out, as I said, if necessary, go into the future. So what went to the DIA when it was presented? We had a work program to the DIA of $527 million over 30 years. Now, please keep in mind, because we have actually talked about the way all councils have operated in New Zealand was through not entirely funding depreciation to its full extent, sweating out assets, which means extending them to their end of life and beyond if they were still in working order, deferring big CapEx projects or what have you. That $527 million includes some projects or activities or programs of work that are playing catch-up, but also trying to put the infrastructure in Timaru to the highest possible standard for modern technology, okay? That may not always be the most affordable or practicable thing. We're in the interest of doing what's affordable whilst protecting public health, okay? So that $527 million will include very top-of-the-line, high-standard, very advanced technology that may or may not be feasible for our ratepayers to fund.
And just to give you some further information on that, when DIA went out to all the councils at the time, and the way I would describe it is they asked the engineers for their dream, and never have engineers been asked for their dream before, because they've always operated within financial budgets. But they all delivered, and that's the number that shaped the conversation across the country, which ended up being the 180 billion that they referred to. And so the work that C4LD did with Gustalia worked out that what's sitting in the infrastructure strategies, LTPs, was around 90 billion, I think, BEAD, and based on that, actually, the analysis showed that the country was about 10 billion short, as opposed to 100 billion, and that's probably it, or 90 billion, that's probably it in a nutshell, isn't it? So if you look at that in that context, that sort of helps give some, and I mean, yeah.
Your worship, that's exactly right. There was something like 90 billion something across the country in the LTPs, so that one was the gold-plated standard that DIA did request, and a number of people in C4LD have laboured that point, that it was what was requested by DIA incessantly, to be honest, for us to provide it, but it wasn't what was in the LTPs to meet the standards, which is about half of that.
And to be fair, if you had a government agency who said, okay, money is no option, sorry.
Just in defence of engineers a little bit there.
Oh, they were responding, agreed, they were responding to direction from
We were,
DIA.
the direction was a unconstrained budget option. So,
Yeah, no, well, I
rather
think
than
it is
dream.
important, it was the gold-plated standard that.
But one of the things we are facing is, with at LTP, is more recently, is this steady and step increases in standards. And that is probably the key issue that we're talking about here with this LTP, is that those standards are increasing in all areas of Three Waters. So the compliance is getting more and more difficult, and that is driving our infrastructure program.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about this recently, but so if standards increase to where they are now, and we don't, stormwater's still probably an unknown for 5 whatever years, so, put that to the side, but are they going to increase any further than what they currently are? My argument would be actually probably they're not, because at some point the country's got to have a conversation around what standard is affordable, because you can't just keep increasing because this country has not got enough wealth to fund to that higher standards.
I totally agree with you, Your Worship. The affordability conversation in central government has just not been had. It seems to be this idealistic view of protecting the environment to the nth degree. So, we're under a huge amount of scrutiny for our wastewater discharges now. Every overflow is almost becoming a subject of an investigation. And we all know about the heat that's on the water supplies at the moment. So luckily, we're in good shape in that respect. But in stormwater, they're going to get right down into measuring and monitoring the quality of all discharge. Where they're heading, I hope they don't go there, but that is certainly indications now.
Right, thank you. Andrew, I was going to say in support of engineers, they were asked to give exactly what they did, and you and I would be no different. So, and the quality of the information, I mean, Timaru has been praised for the quality of the data that it has provided the DIA. But now that we're actually bringing everything in-house, what we're looking at now, for the work program, there is an asset management database that actually produces the models to show the end of life of all of the assets within water supply and wastewater. I'm not sure, is stormwater included in that as well? Laura?
There is some limited inclusion of stormwater assets. The level it drills down to, there's pump stations have an assessment, pipe work, each individual length of pipe has assessment, but there's the odd, maybe a connector wouldn't so much.
Right, thank you. The important thing is, even if the computer comes out and says, okay, you have this particular item here that's at the end of the life, criticality assessments are performed on them before any work is actually undertaken. So to reinforce and assess what the data has come out to say, and also because a lot of these assets have been sweated out, some of the ones that are popping up now are probably 3 years over their end of life, but they're still functioning. So there are times that instead of the asset being replaced, it is possible to do a different sort of renewal by maybe replacing some components whilst still monitoring it. Okay? So that's what's currently happening now. Now, in that work program, here were some big ticket items that were actually put in. Oh, sorry.
Just point, we do have Grant Hall and Andrew Lester, a new drainage water manager, coming at 12:30, so we're starting to get into detail here that might be should be present for.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll just finish this slide, and how about then we break for lunch and reconvene at 12:30?
I think it would be helpful if they were here.
Okay, yep. Right, so the big ticket items that were included in the transition plan included the water metering, which had been discussed by this council in previous years, the C-down reticulation renewals, and that was looking at $33 million over the 10 years, $6 million of it in year one, the membrane filtration, filter installation, at Claremont, which you guys are well aware of because the work's already been underway. Downlands reticulation, the small mains renewals, and a large program for reticulation renewals and upgrades over in year one. And a lot of that would be addressing some of the assets that have been sweated out. So that is the information that all went to the DIA. Now, we use that as a base source for a lot of the activity management plans and are in the process of refining that. And when Grant Hall comes and joins Laura and Andrew, we'll talk about the refinement of that large work program into what we're looking at for a council-delivered work program. So at this point, we will take our break for lunch for a half hour, and we will reconvene at 12:30. Thank you.
Thanks, Vincy. Sorry, just to leave you with a thought over lunch. So just going to average salaries for structural engineers, low 80,000, median is currently 9,750 and high is 140. So if you break that down into hourly rates, you can quite quickly do some analysis on the pros and cons versus internal and external. Leave that with you.
Councillors, thank you very much. We're going to continue where we left off. I covered what was happening in the information package that went to the DIA, and now we're actually talking about what we're structuring to go into our long-term plan and the activity management plan for waters. So joining us today for this part is Grant Hall and Andrew Esther, both here to speak to some of this information. This is Andrew's second day, so please be gentle. But Grant should be all over this. So this is a table that was actually presented around the task when we all sat together was going through the large list that went to the DIA. Let's look at what are the things that are the most critical you must do, particularly for compliance, because the compliance is getting tougher and tougher. What are the things we need to do, but have a little bit of leeway we may be able to defer or reprioritize or spread out over a longer time frame, anything like that? And what are some of the other renewals that we know we should do, but we're still getting some of the information around that? And that's what this table is about. Now, not being a water engineer nor really familiar with a lot of some of these locations, I'm actually going to let Mr. Hall and Laura speak between the two of them. For any questions you may have, they will answer about these projects.
We will answer as best we can. Yeah, so I guess also just to say that we're still very much in draft. We're still working our way through, really substantive list of projects, each with their criticality, or so it's still very much in draft. So what we have here is, so that in terms, there's clearly some debate in relation to where things might sit. So, for example, the membrane filter plant at Claremont, in the needed but deferrable, which really hinges on the appetite for risk, is what it's all about, because we are compliant with our drinking water standards, so we meet compliance. There is, though, a risk that we've seen, over the last couple of years, very close in relation to the need that we were very close to bringing in a boil water notice. And so we've identified the...
Sorry, and so as far as the front page test, that's for Timaru Urban, so 30,000 people, isn't it?
Yes,
yeah, so
that is correct.
It doesn't survive a front page test at all.
No, not at all. So in terms of, deferrable, strictly speaking it is, but it all comes down to, in terms of that risk of appetite, the appetite for risk of having a boil water notice for Timaru. And we were very close in the last 5 years twice. The other one to note in there is the universal, in terms of the for that metering. Now, the issue with the metering is that there is and the reason for the metering, to be clear, it is not an additional revenue gathering exercise. It is a change in the method for the collecting the revenue, and it drives a reduction in water use, and that, and it's primarily through people becoming more aware of their use of water. It's not through how much they pay, because
in sort of in total, they pay the same, close to the same amounts of money, it really drives the understanding of their water use. And so there's a reduction in water use. And what that would do is then result in a reduction in operational cost and a deferring of capital that might be necessary to provide the treatment for that additional volume of water. So it offsets that, that potential capital, plus it reduces your operational. So it isn't just to emphasise again, it is not an increase in revenue exercise. It's the pie stays the same in terms of the amount of money that you need. It is how that is collected. So you don't have water rates and instead you have a water bill.
So to give some perspective, that water metering though, that's only part of the network, isn't it? 8 million. So it was I think when we decided it through the LTP some years ago, it was maybe 18 to 20 million all up for the entire district, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was for, I'm going to struggle to remember, it was primarily for the Timaru urban, for urban.
Yeah, the total value was closer to 20 mil versus 8. I remember three lots of 6 or 7 mil in 3 consecutive years.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, and there's...
So that cost is still there, my question is, rather than, it's not now 8, because we haven't just overnight saved $12 million because the cost of water metering has come down?
No. I mean, the water metering has got smarter. So there's, it's easier to read. So you can do drive-bys and things like that, or it's relayed back through the Internet of Things or whatever. So there's certainly better technology, but I don't have the spreadsheets in front of me, but I can't recall, Laura, whether or not what there is in terms of total water metering.
Unfortunately, all I've got on that front is what we sent to the DIA back in March, which was before I started. So the only figure I have is 8 million, and I'm not entirely sure where that's from.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember it was closer to 20 mil because the conversation at the time was, or after that was, membrane filtration versus water metering was actually a similar cost. And after that analysis we went through, we prioritised the membrane filtration. So just on my perspective, I still think membrane filtration is our number one capital project above the Theatre Royal, above the stadium, above all of that for the resiliency, because if we can't have Washtite working, the economy doesn't work in it. Imagine if we had that for a week. We don't attract business. It just is, we're on a hiding to nothing. Nothing works. So that still is my number one priority. And fully support water metering, but I'm open to options around whether it's a slower rollout. We had a conversation, Grant, yesterday you'll know the state of the different parts of the network. Obviously, we've got some suburbs that are more modern. They wouldn't be a priority. You'd start with some of the older suburbs, I assume, in the way that you rolled out water metering, wouldn't you? Sorry, excuse my voice.
Yes, that's right. And we did have it being sort of rolled out within Timaru, like over three years. There's a whole host of work that's necessary in terms of what the tariffs might be and whether or not there are set amounts and all that sort of stuff. And so we haven't progressed that at all.
Okay. And sorry, one more comment. So interesting to know at the time that Selwyn put in water metering. So for the first 2 or 3 years, they didn't do anything in regard to charging. It was just an avenue to find the leaks, and they did a lot of that repair work. So you can put in water metering and find the efficiencies, and you don't actually have to change the charging mechanism. Because it's a tool for both, isn't it? Tool for revenue, but also probably the key one is that you find the leaks in the network.
Christchurch have had metering for many, many years and don't charge. Yeah.
Can I ask, so how far off, how much more technology needs to be applied to the Tobies, for example, to be able to meter the water? Because I know that, I just think back to when our Toby was upgraded outside at the house, and of course the word on the streets was they're going to start charging you for water. I remember that, and of course never did. So how far away and how difficult is it to do it? So if you were perhaps going to consider a stage rollout, do you have the opportunity, for example, to like pick a town, like pick Temuka, for example, that you could also collect that data to be able to sell to the community the benefits of it or whatever? But
Yeah, so all new, so as you say, all new upgrades that we do in terms of Tobies, whether it is so we, if there's a renewal in a street and we upgrade the laterals, then we also do the Tobies. If they're doing footpaths, then they quite often will do it all as well. And they're manifold Tobies, so they have the fittings so that you can then put a meter in, you just screw it in. So it's got a little cap in there, so you can just take that out and put a meter in.
what's the cost of that? What's the cost of that, for
No,
example?
well, so the...
It's that addition, so you can actually...
So that's, I mean, that's the standard Toby now.
Right.
Is a manifold Toby. So it isn't just a valve. It has a non-testable backflow in it. It's the standard Toby that now goes in place. So we've been putting those in for a number of years. So whenever we replace a Toby, that's what we put in. So that's a standard. Without a meter. As I said, there is new technology in terms of those meters, and in particular in terms of how you read them, so that you have, I mean, they're smart meters, so they're electronic. In fact, you can have them so that you can have a reading, and people can basically, there's an app, and you can have a look at your app, and you can see what your water meter is doing. So there's that sort of technology. Which isn't a lot different cost-wise to, the old mechanical one that you have to go around and manually read. I mean, they're very...
But that 8 mil, that's for the whole network?
No.
It's not?
No. No, I don't think it can be. We'll need to check that number.
I remember the numbers well.
Yeah.
It was 6 to 7 mil, so it was 21 mil or something like that, or 20 mil roughly all up. So my question, and this is a question we're asking across all of it, if we're doing a project like that, and just let's call it 10 million for argument's sake at the moment. So within that $10 million, assuming it's a contract, where do the costs lie? So we're dealing effectively our infrastructure in most cases there. It means we have to put a meter and apply the meter. Do we need to contract that out, or is that something that we can get staff to do in-house and roll out metering for the next 5 years across the district? What is the skill set required to put a meter on a Toby?
You could, I think the key aspect to that is probably the procurement of the meters. So
Yeah.
we need to make sure that we, the type and the serviceability and, in terms of the procurement strategy of the meters. That's the key aspect to that. To future-proof that we're, getting a good smart meter.
Yeah.
And then it would be the matter of, as I say, procuring that, whether or not you then implemented that as part of a contract. I mean, we haven't really, looked at that. We could have our maintenance contractor who currently do replacements of Tobies. They might then also be contracted to do the meters, but or whether or not it was a separate contract. I mean, you could you could do it many ways, I think.
Yeah, look, I think for me it is that we're open to doing it many ways. If it is just a, screw in or if it
Yeah.
requires a basic skill set rather than a real technical skill set, what's the most efficient way we can
Yes.
achieve the outcome?
Yeah.
If I may, we did have a business case in our RFI to DIA as well as in what I've submitted here for a water metering technician. So that could possibly be an option.
I just had a question around the membrane filter. What are the factors that lead to near boil water notice? And is the membrane filter the only possible solution?
So the situation that is probably with the highest risk for us, is that we don't have any filtration. So we have ozone treatment, which provides the protozoa compliance for Timaru, and that requires a quality of raw water which is at a certain level in terms of the transmissivity of how treatable it is. How our system has worked over the years is that we have the very large storage at Claremont. So we've got the 113 million cubic metres in each of the two storage tanks that we operate as a raw and a treated water storage, and so which is about 10 days average use. So what we are able to do is, and we take water from the Pariora and from the Opahi. So what we're able to do is that if the quality of the raw water is not good enough to meet the compliance with the ozone, we don't take it. And so we live on that storage. What has happened is that we have had, and so it isn't the drought conditions, it's those situations generally when we have a reasonably high demand, but we have rain events that then deteriorate the quality of the raw water, and they sort of repeat. If one comes in and the quality deteriorates, and then a week later another one, and then a week later another one, we get into that situation where we have quite a prolonged period of time where we can't take water that is compliant. And so we're drawing down on that water until we reach a point where we have to take water which will not be compliant, in which case we would then have to have a precautionary boil water notice. So that's the issue that we've done quite a bit of work in terms of various concepts and things for what we could do, and where we've arrived at is to have a treatment that is able to deal with that poorer quality water. So not additional storage or other stuff. It's so one of the things as well is to decrease that demand. So try and decrease the demand, and the water metering would do that in terms of that there would be a decrease in demand, and therefore our existing system would be able to last longer with the existing storage. But there's always that issue in terms of, well, if another rain event came the following week, then how much longer could we really last? And so the idea is that we have a treatment system which is able to deal with that poorer quality water, and there are a number of options there. a conventional water treatment plant with a coagulation and flocculation and sand filter, or, things, microfiltration, which is what we've done at Downlands and Te Moana, is the modern, where the technology is heading, or has headed, and because the quality is still not too bad, it's just it's not quite good enough for the ozone, then the microfiltration is a really effective treatment.
Part of the question that we've considered in the past was, do you allow for filtration for your total demand, or a part thereof effectively, isn't it? So if it was 15 megalitres a day versus a 30 30, which would provide full demand. So what demand, average daily demand at peak would be in the late 20s at the moment, or something like that. Is that
That's
correct?
correct, yes, yep.
So 15 might buy you X amount of days if it was Parara was closed, whereas the full would be ideal.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, whereas if you had a 30 megalitre per day, then you won't have any issue at any time.
So that's, I guess, as far as funding decisions, that's a 20 million to a 30 million conversation, isn't it? So full
Yes.
demand would be 30 versus, so that's where you've got, options, yeah.
That's right.
Sorry, just one other question. So all of these projects, do they include the assumptions that we talked about in workshop 1 around growth and development in the area? Or are these just based on status quo?
No, they all include, they pretty much all include growth. So the membrane plant, for example, is based on that 30 megalitre, or it may even be, no, it was 30 megalitres, not 35. But it's all sort of, you can have, like an additional string, if you like, which then is able to then increase. So, and things like the trunk main, the Waitohi trunk main, which basically is from Davison Road through to the Opahi, to ensure that if there's which is an old section of pipe, if that fails, then we'll, God forbid, Waitohi will be back on a billboard and notice again. That's sized for that growth in the scheme. So yeah, we're that sort of stuff. It's based on growth.
What age is that trunk main? That other alternate Waitohi one?
It is actually a steel pipe, but it's again, it's the classic issue that it's not the pipe so much itself as its joints, so we just, it's easier to repair than the section that was under the river. So if it does fail, we can still repair it, but it's definitely a piece that needs to be.
And it will have options for replacement, will be liner options, etc., being a steel pipe, won't it? Such as that we've done with those other ones.
Yeah, but, well, except that with the growth we're looking at
it will need to, it needs to be bigger. Okay.
Upsizing it,
yeah.
Yep.
For no urgency, but I'm not sure, have we done a water update at all with this current council? No, that's right. Because it's at some point, we've had so many conversations over the years, but it's to remember when they've fallen. But the conversation about the our water sitting at the airport farm, as an example, our water rights and some of those sort of things would be of value to. So we might just, at some point, it's probably a next year conversation, but give an update for everyone, because there's a few reports that are quite interesting around considerations, and we looked at alternative sources and the cost of that versus membrane filtration and lots of things. So.
And one of those ones there is in terms of the other renewals, the unknown cost. So the rising main from the Opahi intake to Claremont. So that's looking at, certainly in terms of resilience, of duplicating the current main to ensure that that source is secure. And similarly, the Geraldine water supply, there's the reservoir, so the reservoir, which is currently on dock land, will need to be replaced, but also there's the option or for the trunk main replacement and or duplication from the bores and the new reservoir site into Geraldine. Because there's a single, so the town relies on a single asbestos cement rising main.
Okay, thank you so much, Grant, for filling in some of the gaps. So what you will have to do is think about, these are the things that the team have kind of indicated can be shifted around and some that can't be. When we get the detailed work program from the water team, that's when you will make the critical decisions on, are we going to be deferring the water metering again? Are we going to bring the membrane filter forward, or put it in year 2 or put it in year 3? It's those type of detail things, and that will rely heavily on the professional advice from the engineers as to what the state of the nation is with the assets, and to just inform you fully of the risks. Okay, so that will probably be at the next workshop that will go into the detailed work program, because as Grant is saying, it's still in development as they're assessing more information on a daily basis. So now, please.
Yeah, so really the decision needs to be made around what your risk appetite is when it comes to the waters and the 3 waters. So, you know, if we don't comply, we are heavily regulated in this space, so if we don't comply with drinking water standards, boil water notice. What's that going to do to the industries? What's that going to do to council's reputation? Likewise with wastewater, there's a lot more heavy compliance coming on now. You know, ECAN are investigating every sewer overflow, and we need full reports on that. And stormwater is the other one, where again, we're in the process of getting our consents for that, and certainly indications are that they're going to be quite down the pipe, basically. They're not really interested in the outcome basis at all. It's more on their actual compliance of the discharges and monitoring of that. So, yeah, it's all about the risk here. Yeah, the risk of not being able to supply water, good quality water, not being able to protect the environment and meet our compliance. So there's a lot we can do, but yeah, we can't afford to do it all. I acknowledge that. So it's going to be that risk conversation.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you know where I stand on the membrane filtration. It needs to at least come through the LTP, and you know, in the first year, as a a project that must happen. Personally, and Andrew's got all the phone numbers of the people out at Waitohi now, so he he can manage that. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, and also, just in terms of how deferrable some of these things are, how long can we push them out? Like, for example, the fluoridation thing, that's not up there. As in, how much it does cost, and does it actually have to be done in the coming year, or can it be the year after, all of that sort of thing.
Well, in regard to fluoridation, yes, we will get a directive from the Ministry of Health, and we have to do it, end of story. So we have...
I know that we will have to do it, but when will we have to do it by, is what I'm saying.
That will be part of the directive, really, and it's an unknown, unfortunately, that one. So we can't do that. But looking at your LTP, the membrane filter at Claremont, it's in the LTP now, and we're progressing with that. Water metering last time was pushed out. We did have it, and the logic there was that the new entity, that will be a priority for a new entity, is water metering. So let's not spend it now. Let them worry about it later. But that has changed, that whole philosophy. So yeah, that's something that needs to be taken out. It's still in our LTP.
Yeah, the water metering, I'd just like to have some further analysis. I mean, to Laura's point, if that's a water technician role, how many water meters can an individual put in a week? What does that look like as far as costs? In a year, how many years as far as having that internal resource look? What does that look like to roll that out? Picking our most critical areas first, et cetera, et cetera. What's the GIS requirement? Those sorts of things. So just some further detailed analysis on that, I know. And that should be relatively simple around a business case, I would have thought, because probably the key is your cost of staffing, et cetera, plus, some few things around that, plus your cost of water metering, of the meter itself.
Yeah, we can certainly, look at that. There'll be some costs that will just be whatever they are in terms of the cost of the meter itself. But in relation to how it's actually implemented and therefore, what that results in terms of time-wise, is certainly that we can do that. So just to add another couple of little things, really, is that in terms of so there's some things in there that, so like in the stormwater in particular, there will be some issues, some things that we can't, although it says stormwater management plan implementation needed but deferrable, there will be some stuff in there that won't be able to be deferred. It will be within our new consents, and we will. We just don't really quite know exactly what that's going to entail just yet, because we're still going through the consenting process. So there's certainly some stuff there. Some things that might be looked at is, for example, the Washdyke stormwater. So there is the upgrade to the pump station in Washdyke. That relies on the decision in terms of the level of service that we want to provide there. So we're just working on that in terms of those options and the cost implications of that. So whether or not that pump station needs to deal with a 1 in 50, a 1 in 100 or a 1 in 200 event, that's the implication there, which basically floods the state highway at that point in Washdyke, and in effect can cut that area off. It can be quite disruptive. So there's an issue there in terms of what, again, that sort of appetite of risk of what level do we want to go to, because it then just relates in terms of the dollars that's required.
Quite interested in seeing all these projects kind of rated between what's regulated, what's a level of service conversation, and then what's a financial benefit, like the water metering. What are the potential benefits from spending that 8 million? Is it 2 million a year and it's a 4-year payback? That would be a no-brainer. But if you think, and I know it's hard to define those potential benefits, but you might look to other councils and the benefits that they've got from that. So then we can go, regulation, have to do these, level of service, makes financial sense kind of conversation.
Which absolutely can be done. The metering as an example, for example, I do recall that when we first talked about the implementation of the universal water metering, there's in effect a bit of a graph which showed the increasing demand with growth and the implication of the reduction in that demand with the introduction of the water metering, and therefore the length of time to when basically the treatment upgrade was needed due to the increasing population, and therefore the water metering had a direct deferring of that capital spend by X number of years because of the decrease in that demand. That is, I mean, you know, as a one-liner is really easy to do.
Yeah, I think that's what I'd like to see is what are, the costs of doing it, but also what are the costs, which is what you're referring to.
Certainly do have the data you'd be after at an individual project level, and I can do some further work to elaborate at the next workshop.
Okay, we'll move on to the next slide that's talking about the ability to smooth out the CapEx cost. Now, it's important to note that when we're talking about smoothing out the options for the CapEx, this isn't talking about inflation-adjusted costs. This is just about the loan amount and for what percentage are you looking at paying back over different scenarios, okay? And I'm sure we can actually try and do some calculations around the inflation-adjusted, how much you would be actually paying back. I just didn't have enough detail to pass it on to the accountants for the financial analysis, but we can look at that for the next workshop. So there's a few scenarios here. The first option is that you just have the real costs and you're rating and budgeting for them in each year of delivery of the project. The second option is that you are looking at having a lump sum of 20% being covered and paid back of your CapEx loan for the first 5 years, 10% for the next 5 years, and then you would just have an even spread for the remaining 20. The third option is just 10% for the first 10 years, and then the even spread throughout the next 20. Option 4 is just a straight even spread right throughout. And option 5, which says modification, it was using it on a base assumption if some of those unquantified CapEx costs that were in the third column in the previous slide cropped up over time, how they could actually be included into the work program.
Modification more included specifically C-Down. Yeah, so we do have a pretty good idea on how much the C-Down renewals will be across the scheme, and they are larger than what our book value would spit out, basically because we're going to be doing a whole lot of realigning to take reticulation off private land and have it more accessible for ongoing maintenance by having it in road reserve.
Okay. So if you actually look at the dollar amounts that's in, pardon me, in this table, it quantifies the figures for you, and what that looks like when you put it into the graph. The jagged line is option 1. The red line, red bars going across is for option 2. The green is for option 3. The blue is for the modification, but that includes the C-Down costs in it. And the straight line going across is when you do the even spread. And again, not inflation adjusted, this is just paying, I guess, the principal of the loan? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, so the blue line itself is as option one, is the actual cost for each year. So this is renewals primarily. And so the reason why it's very low in year 1 and 2 is because we don't apply the end of life for assets in year 1 and 2. The default is year 3. So although it's there's nothing in years 1 and 2, and then there's a big spike in year 3, that in fact is all of the assets that in the database are at the end of their effective life. So they need to be renewed in effect now. But so that's why there's a big spike in year 3. And then each one of those is the renewals that are due every year. So that's that jagged blue line. If you then take the first 10 years and so you then, you take 5 years, and so that includes the big 3-year spike, and you smooth that over 5 years, that's the red pillars there. So that's why that's so high for 5 years, because that's taking the 5-year renewal cost and spreading it over those 5 years. So it's even over those 5 years. The red for 6 to 10 is then taking the renewal cost for year 6 and 10 and just smoothing that over that. And then the red from 11 to 30 is taking all of that and smooth, and it's equal for that. As Vincy said, the green takes the first 10 years and takes that total amount and smooths it over the 10 years, and then takes the next 20 years and smooths that. Whatever colour it is, that straight line that goes across is taking it for 30 years, and it just whips it straight, it's even for the 30 years. So it's the same amount every year for 30 years. Of course, that as an option then potentially results in the sweating of the asset in terms of hoping that assets that are due for renewal now will last a lot longer because they're potentially not renewed for 20 years. Look, the blue one is just the blue bars primarily pokes the C-down upgrade in these first few years on top of the one of the other options. I'm not sure which one, but look.
So, I'm not sure I really understood that, sorry.
Sorry?
So, is this how we fund it, or is this how we actually do the work? So are you saying if we smooth it out, we're kind of putting that money aside and then we can only do the projects, because you talked about sweating the asset, we can only do the projects once we have the money there? Or is that just about how we fund it? So we do the projects when they're due, but we're spreading the capital payments across?
Yeah, no, so this is not how it's necessarily how it's funded. This is what the potential costs are. So based on today's dollars, that jagged blue line is what we should be spending each year based on the end of life, the effective end of life. Yep. So, yeah, no, well, because we're talking about a pipe, and the pipe doesn't fail on the end of its life. So you can not replace it and replace it the following year, or in fact replace it 5 years later or 10 years later. What that means is that it might leak much more, so and you might have to repair it more often, so there's a lot more operational cost associated with it, but you don't have to renew it, you don't have to replace it until, you decide that you're going to do it. So all this is doing is taking that jagged blue line, which if you look at that for year 3, means that we'd need to fund, I can't actually read it from here, but 20-something million? About 23 million. And so what this is doing is saying, okay, rather than spend all that money in year 3, why don't we spend a lower amount each year for 5 years?
It would mean doing that project in stages rather than doing it all at once.
This is
Like if
a
we're talking
lot
about
of
CEDA.
this.
Yeah.
So this is a lot of ignoring C-down. This is a lot of small pipes. So it's just a matter of spending that amount of money in that year in terms of that renewal.
When it comes to some of those bigger projects, you have to spend that amount in that year, don't you? You can't smooth that unless you're doing it in stages, which I assume, like the microfiltration, you can't. It's one project.
That's right. So the microfiltration isn't in this. This is renewals. Yes.
Yeah, this is basically just the renewal profile.
Yes.
And it's
No.
focusing on reticulation, which includes, the fittings that go with it, the valves, the hydrants, and yeah.
So, yes. Renewals, primarily reticulation, but also some plant.
What this chart does is just break down the renewals from water supply to stormwater and to wastewater so that you can actually see those different renewal components for the 3 work programs. And that is actually over the 10-year life there. So you can see that, like for all 3 different water components, year 3 is a heavily impacted year.
As I said, although it's indicated as year 3, it is in fact all of the renewal, all of the reticulation, which has in
End of
effect
life.
as of today.
End of life.
End of life.
Yeah.
End of effective life.
That's when I talked about when they did the asset register that came out and they had the 3-year extension on end-of-life assets already, yes. So, which is why the criticality assessments that Grant and his team become very important. Okay.
We're all living a bit longer, so should the pipes. Is that the theory?
So there's asset management standards which set all of those things based on the material and the diameter and the its use, the ground conditions, all of that sort of stuff. All then are factors that are used for determining the effective life of an asset. Having said that, yes, we've got some cast iron mains that are over 100 years old that are in really good nick and don't need to be replaced.
I think the key thing with this for me is that it's obviously a massive spend for us, one of the biggest spends, across council, and that and I've no doubt that I think that your team do a phenomenal job. But my challenge is that we are just always looking for innovative ways, and I know there again the team, like the roading team, they do look for those options such as the lining of pipes and what have you, and
we are looking to be at the forefront of, you know, technological improvement and opportunities, and we're looking for the most cost-effective way to deliver the service and challenging ourselves in how we provide that service. Those are probably my key points. But I mean, this is assuming, it all depends what happens election time, assuming we've still got this, that we, you know, it's a key part of what we're delivering at council, so we need to spend the time that's due.
Okay. The team put together for the total renewals, the comparison there, that they have various categories, the sewer, the stormwater, downlands, sea down, Temuka, and urban renewal, all included in there. And it's hard to tell, that one is, the unsmooth, okay? So instead of using the lines, it was just using the bar chart, just a different way to present the same information. But what this slide actually shows you is a breakdown in those years as to where a lot of the, dark blue is stormwater. The light green is a combination of downlands and sea down and Temuka renewals. The
Te Moana, sorry. So
Te
the
Moana.
light green is our rural scheme and the dark green's our urban
Scheme.
drinking water schemes.
Thank you. And then the dark red up there is for sewer. Okay.
Sorry, so what's normal? What did council do last LTP with the smoothing or not of the renewal program?
Sorry, outside of your big project, sorry, I mean, don't not answer that, but outside of the big projects such as power or replacement, as an example, what are we consistently renewing as far as, you know, small mains and those sorts of things? What's our spend per annum? Might be two questions there.
What we did last time.
We had Perrier pipeline, there's, you know, 30 mil, there's, you know, Downlands
And
membrane
and the
penetration, so
Tianawai
there was some real
pipeline
spikes.
and all of that, yeah.
What's that small mains replacement?
Yeah, small mains. It's probably about 5 million in total. So for the three waters, I mean. So water, sewer and stormwater? Yes. I'm going to say, does that sound about right, Andrew?
Yes, it does sound about right.
Yeah. Excluding the, you know, as you say, the major projects, the major trunk main renewals. We've done more recent times in terms of with Downlands on some of the small mains, so it might be a little bit more, than that. But and so to go back to Councillor Pye's question, we have done a lot of deferring of. So we've focused on that criticality. So, for example, and what we're doing currently in Pleasant Point with the removal of the concrete water mains because of the very high leakage that we're getting with those. So we've concentrated in terms of that sort of work rather than the assets as identified as an end of life, because we've sort of just, you know, haven't exactly smoothed it, you know, like this. We've picked in terms of the criticality for the work that we've done.
You know, we're not unique in any way. You know, we've got a backlog of ageing assets, just like any other council really. And the consequence of I guess, sweating the asset and not renewing is the potentially failures, which is sort of the situation Wellington City's in at the moment.
And so, look, I mean, to paint a rosier picture though, there's a lot of that critical key work now outside of membrane filtration. Is like, I mean, water metering, we don't have to do that at all. I still think we should be, but we don't have to at all. We could just be focused on, take their money and just focus on small main renewal, X amount of years. So if a lot of that critical infrastructure has been replaced, so what's the most efficient way of delivering small main renewal for the next 20, 30 years? That's what we should be focusing on, that, and how, yeah. I just think for this whole next 9 months, I'm going to be harping on about how can we do things better and more efficiently, because there again, if that is our focus for the next X amount of years, what are some of the options that we can do it, rather than just going to market and getting contractors to quote a price and supply just because we've been doing it since 1989. Doesn't mean it's still the way to do it. I'm happy for you to prove me wrong, but I'd like to see some numbers to know that I'm wrong.
I struggle to answer for water, but it is take what you saw this morning from roading, how in comparison to all the other councils in New Zealand of a similar nature, we're right at the bottom, as far as cost, we are very cost effective. And we're doing that through smarter ways of doing things. And procurement is a big factor in that. And we do use our local contractors a lot in water supplies. We get very good prices out of that. So, and in looking at what sort of materials we specify, that sort of thing. So we are trying, definitely. We're very aware that we need to keep the costs down. We just can't keep on increasing the rates.
Sometimes it's worth going and checking out the local parking lot in front of some of those firms to understand the margins in some games. So if you look at some of the plumbing firms as an example, the key ones that have done, and this is no disrespect to them, there's some amazing business people in there, but, government work, Fonterra work, all those sorts of things have, made some plumbers some very wealthy people. So let's be smart around the way we look at things. So there is a margin in it. My question is, should we be looking to have some of that margin back within our budget, or are we comfortable with the status quo? I'm not saying we need to change. I'd just like some analysis to know that we're on the right path. There again, it's like Parks and Rec. If it's a hybrid model, that's okay too. Maybe we contract some out, maybe some stuff is in-house, but let's just think about, who we work for, which is the ratepayer out there, and we're spending their dime, so let's do it efficiently and look for what options are.
How much is in the budget for the first few years? For your renewals?
I can talk about what went to the DIA, keeping in mind that it was a different scenario before we started to look at the prioritization. I think in the first year it was around a $68 million work program. In the second year it was about 72 million. But again, that was based on information that was done about 6 months ago before we've started to look at this.
So yeah, I think water supply, the total capital program is around 25 million a year.
That was for all of Three Waters.
Yes, that's the Three Waters side of things,
Yeah. So sewer
and that includes, large
stormwater.
projects.
Yeah. So, and the team and I, we've spoken very openly about, there really isn't even the, probably the technical capability with contractors to be able to deliver a work program of that size within Timaru on top. Plus also, we just couldn't afford that. But looking at the prioritization now, that's leading into the work that's currently underway.
And certainly for the next workshop where I can give you that information in terms of what is in the, if you like, the current long-term plan. It is significantly less than what we're talking about here. That volume in particular identified in those first 3 years in terms of that backlog has been significantly smoothed in the previous long-term plan.
The projects generally aren't new though, because they've been sitting in the infrastructure strategy still, haven't they?
So I'm just talking about the renewals.
No, totally, yeah.
Yeah, the articulation renewals, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that pretty much concludes water at the moment. Are there any other questions while we have both Grant and Lisa here? Sorry, Laura even? You
Don't
look
worry,
just
I
like
get it a
Lisa.
lot, it's fine.
Have you met Lisa? You look just like her. Sorry, I apologize. I'm tired. Okay. Right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming. Welcome, Andrew. Baptism by fire. There's some vagabonds touring around. You did very well. Thank you. Okay. Right. Vertical infrastructure. As mentioned before, we talked about, it's never traditionally been within the infrastructure strategy. I think we have consensus from most people, including SLT, that it should be, but we have to do some prep work to get it into a state where we have really good planning visible.
Where does it sit at the moment then, if it's not?
If you take a look, traditionally it's been up to the activity managers to manage. So your library person would be the one saying, oh gosh, we need a new roof. How do I go about doing that? And we recognize that's not good practice. This is not the only council that has done that previously, but we're looking at doing evaluations, conditional assessments, and one of the things is we know regular maintenance has not been done or done very well if you don't have a kind of like building professionals or experts who are used to facilities management coordinating those things. So it would have been probably on an as-needs basis in reaction to something as opposed to a planned work program. So we're looking to address that. Conditional assessments are already underway under Nicole Timney in property. The steering group requested for her to produce a business case around like a properties facility officer or manager or whatever to manage the community facilities from that property portfolio, looking after the infrastructure needs, managing all of that. She has a business case, but she has been away overseas and is about to go away again and is yet to present it to SLT, but it is on the agenda to do so. And you will get that as part of her activity management plan as well. So we won't expect the swim coaches or the library managers to manage repairs and builds, et cetera, et cetera. So,
Why wouldn't it sit under community services, under a strategy under them?
It's about having the expertise in community services. They hire activity managers as opposed to facility managers, if that makes sense. And often you'll have a facility manager that oversees, like for instance, Andrew Adine or somebody like that, who oversees all the activities within the facility, not so much about the building and air conditioning and plumbing, et cetera. He'd be the one to actually call for a plumber and try to get some quotes, but he may not have the expertise to know what he's looking at from procurement side of things, if that makes sense. Yeah.
I'm confused, what's the difference in the two roles? Nicole's property manager
So
versus facilities manager? I know
we're
you're
looking at
saying-
putting a facilities manager, so a facilities manager on site looks after the activities in the facility and manages things like, say, security, and would do things around the supply of, if there's catering internally, and the rosters and what have you. They're still actually managing the activities within that facility, not so much the building. They'll do building stuff as a reaction to an event, but they're not the one who has the expertise to actually know how to do a 30-year program. You don't have facilities managers as such in community services with building expertise. Those facility managers are about managing the activities in that building. That type of thing, yeah, exactly. So Andrew Adine,
Isn't Nicole's role
property.
already that, kind of property, building?
Yes, but those
yeah.
actual facilities never sat under property before to manage those things. This building does, as did one or two others, but those community facilities hadn't.
Hi.
Trudy, Miss Trudy.
Kia ora. We'll probably go into greater depth in this, for that, when we get closer to presenting the activity management plan, because it's really confusing to use a person in a role and all that sort of thing, but just to make sure we will cover it off what's proposed in greater detail in the activity management plan, won't we, Vincey? Yes. But it's just understanding that we have a lot of facilities, and a facility could be a rotunda in a park. So, and how do we manage all those vertical infrastructure, not the horizontal that Andrew's team look after, and how was that best managed going forward for the next 30 plus years?
So the recommendation that I have is about doing a one-page narrative to explain vertical infrastructure assessments underway, to include in the infrastructure strategy for the 2027 LTP, to actually state our known issues or the conditions that we know for listed community facilities and vertical infrastructure. We won't have any budget or timeline for the CapEx maintenance renewals because those plans will not have been developed. So that's what I'm proposing to put into this infrastructure strategy. So it's kind of preparing the ears for the next one. We in agreement with that approach? Okay. Waiting for any response whatsoever. Okay. So this concludes most of the stuff about the details of the infrastructure strategy from the teams that I have been working with. We are missing waste. We are hoping to have that prepared for the next workshop. So that's a gap in today's agenda, but we're looking into filling the gaps there so that we have an idea of the direction. For the most part, it will be business as usual. We do understand that, but you will have a new organics processing plant that will be being built and operational, and it's about how that will be incorporated in, because it will be a significantly greater facility on a council asset there. Okay. This morning, at the end of voting, I had you go through and we looked at those priority lists, and then you actually talked a wee bit about some of the community engagement. What you indicated to me at that time is that you would actually like to look at that large list and how we can condense some of those down. So now that we've actually finished the bulk of what we wanted to talk to around infrastructure, and we had the various officers here to answer some of the questions, I'm going to propose that we go through and look at narrowing that 30 down to the 10 that you would like to do, because we have the time now before your next presentation around the district plan. Are you in agreement that we spend this time doing that? I shouldn't think that it would take very long, so you have time to have another break before the district plan and have any free or frank discussion that you wish to have around what we've covered today. And I'll try and answer any questions, and Andrew and Trudy, if she's available as well. Okay.
What will be good with taking them all out?
It's okay.
Well, you just put them on the post-it notes and group them together.
Okay. So if I go through, and I am going to go into the presentation. Okay. So I have heard, I probably think a good way to actually do this is to look at the ones that have a financial component and probably group those together first and just say, are there any that you think should stand out that are distinctly different? Then we look at things around civic buildings, because we identified specific ones that have featured large in the a lot of the media attention and also in council workshops. Then we can actually look at things like you have community development, customer services, some of those type of things that we could probably look at. So, okay.
Would crime and community safety go into the same?
Yes, it could. Definitely. Okay. Okay. So service delivery, which was about really good planning in our LTP, in our infrastructure strategy, and in our AMPs to have a realistic program, like we said, not the one that we went to the DIA with, but one that we know we could actually physically get through.
That might be one that needs to stay on its own.
Okay. Yep.
Accountability, yeah.
Okay. Oh. Customer service, I'm talking about things like when people come across our doorstep and how we interact. Are we responding in time and adequately to the requests that we get? Those type of things. Okay. I've had a suggestion around affordable housing to reframe that maybe we just look at social housing. Counts, yeah.
To what our current policy is, and our current policy is more around caring for the elderly as opposed to, so it's not even social housing. So maybe it's just council housing.
I like council housing. It's what it is.
It is what it is.
There's no confusion.
I like what you like, Sally, that's great.
I think what I'll do is I'll go through and scroll through and pick out the financial ones And then, Stacey, if you could actually just group them. So, thank you. Thank you. We have financial prudence. We have rate rises.
Now, Stacey, you're employed as a councillor at the moment, okay? Yeah, we're not getting billed for this.
I can pay you in scones. We have affordability. We have debt levels. Accountability could be in there as well. We have depreciation. One could argue that transparency might be related to financial, but it can also be related to the way council does its business. So that, you know, things like accountability and transparency are kind of underlying principles for everything we do. Yeah. And customer service would be that too, that we're... And I think that's a really sound rationale. If you're all in agreement with that, okay, that's great. Levels of service, and that's really about the commitment we're making for what we're going to deliver on a consistent basis and how we measure that. So it's, you know, we are going to provide clean and safe drinking water. And then we have our performance KPIs that measure how we're doing those. Okay?
Sorry, did you say levels of service goes with service delivery or not?
Levels of service are different in the fact that a service delivery is about the planning of the actual projects and programs that you're going to deliver on your levels of service, because they determine what it is that why you're doing it.
So is that really standalone?
That's really up to you to have that talk. I mean, the reason why you have service delivery is to deliver on, yeah.
If we're thinking about this as what we're going to have a conversation with the community about, I think how would they see that, given that they probably don't speak the same language as what's spoken inside council, because I struggle sometimes. So I kind of think that service delivery, levels of service, customer service, transparency, and all of that is kind of probably seen as the same thing. I know in here we think they're different, but yeah.
Well, then in that case, you need to change the name of it. Maybe that should be program delivery or the likes, because I think it's something quite unique, that is us doing what we say we're going to do. And accountability. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's good. Thank you. Aging infrastructure, roading, and you could do depreciation. You also have your civic buildings, because a lot of them. Just vertical infrastructure as okay. Great. That's good. And so we can eliminate civic facilities, theater. Your civic facilities and, yep. Libraries, et cetera. Okay. Great.
That's set our approach, and we can take that approach to our financial strategy and what have you as well, and keep it in those boxes, I think.
Economic development.
Yeah, you can surely you can chuck employment, population growth, tourism, all in there. Yeah, the development planning, integrated urban planning, tons of stuff in there. You could even put the CBD in there.
employment. Yes. And that was talking about that integrated urban planning. Now, I do need to point out that the recent legislation that came, the RMA reforms, covers a lot of what you had talked about in previous workshops, the requirements for spatial plans and for development plans. So maybe something that's taken care of depending on whatever changes might be made in the next few months. So I don't know if it's still like a front of mind issue for you as a council, or do we look at let's wait and see what's going to be required? And those might be questions you can ask at 2:30 when you're talking about the district plan. Okay. Okay. The Timaru CBD BID, that's the Business Improvement District for the CBD. Could that sit under economic development, or?
I mean, it's not a nothing, but it's just something that we have to go and consult on, isn't it? Because it's a rate, effectively. It's the only reason it's there. Yeah.
It doesn't actually need wide public consultation. You've already consulted with the affected and had the results of that consultation. So legally, it doesn't need a full...
But it can't be set until next year anyway. That's, I think, why we were going to encompass it with LTP, wasn't it? Because by the time we set it can't be rated. The way it fell, it can't be rated till next financial anyway, can it? And so
no, you can only strike a rate at,
So
at that time. But we just need that information from them to be able to do that.
And I guess the issue is the delay, and if we made a decision and we still can't rate for 9 months, then we throw a new rate out there. People are going to say, you've just thrown a new rate at us, so maybe I think that's the reason why it's there, sort of around transparency a little bit, I would have thought, yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously council still has to make a decision on whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, because...
You need the request from them to make that decision.
Yeah, look, and people will submit on that one. There'll be business owners that say that they'll come to the long-term plan days and verbally.
These will be affected parties.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Climate change.
I was thinking about that before, and I was thinking that fits with infrastructure in my mind because it's about resiliency, but then I was like, is it vertical or is it horizontal? So do we put it under both of those infrastructure categories? I don't know.
Yeah, I've got the view too, and after seeing that Christchurch work, I mean, I think although they've got climate in the title, and that might be great for getting funding, it's actually resiliency, and I think that's the lens that we start to view it upon, because otherwise it gets so emotive. So if we can pull the emotion out of it and actually call it for what it is and the work streams that we need to do, that would be really helpful. It may not be that some individuals out there in the community, they may not like that, but actually let's call it what it is, which is our work stream is around resiliency. My view only, but please challenge me.
If we just call it resiliency or community resiliency, because it's not just about our infrastructure as well, it's about how we prepare some of our communities, our vulnerable communities in response.
Conversations around hut communities, it's about them being resilient.
It's about council reducing its own emissions. That's what audit have said they will look for. How are we reducing emissions in our activities across the board?
Or stop building roads.
That's not the only activity we do. There's more to council than just roads. Okay. So perhaps we actually, I know it'll be music to the normal inhabitant of this seat to hear that we change it to resiliency. It'll be music to his ears. Well done. Okay. Right, I think we've gone through the list.
Okay, so the only ones that is development planning, sorry, does that sit under council housing? Oh, okay, development plan, okay.
It could stand out on its own, to be honest with you. Development and planning, maybe? Or if you just call it planning. I think they mean district planning.
Maybe district planning. If you just put planning, that's not enough.
Well, theoretically, we plan everything, so.
I thought it was in relation to subdivisions, district planning, all of that,
Yeah.
which to me is always linked to growth, but that's just my personal opinion.
Integrated urban planning, so I put
Yes.
that under economic development.
It was about the links between planning, infrastructure, community facilities.
It does have quite a strong link with infrastructure.
Okay.
An example is the urban development plan that was actually done in Christchurch back in 2005 when I was there. And that involved the 4 councils, Waka Kotahi, and also working with the health sector, the education sector, and what have you. And it was around the whole holistic planning around infrastructure, land zoning, facilities provided by central government agencies. And the beauty of having had all that work done was that in 2011, the 50-year plan became the 10-year plan. So all of the growth that you see as a result of that, of the earthquakes, had already been planned. But it was just put on a very big fast-track process. So it didn't sit in any one individual, under one umbrella. It was the umbrella that a lot of other things came under. Does that make sense? But as I said, with the recent changes in legislation, it looks like a lot of those types of conversations will be required of council, and it will be under your district plan that who would lead those conversations. And there are heavy implications of that for his activity management plan as well. So that's a conversation also worth having, because we're looking at, in order to comply with that new legislation, there will be rating impacts to provide the resource that will be needed to put those things in implementation.
On the AMPs, is there going to be, just so we know what we're going to see, are we going to see some detail as far as, I know in year 5 as an example, you're not going to have something fully costed, but knowing the council well, we're going to be asking questions around dollars, and are we going to see that detail as far as if someone's got X amount of project in year 3, is it going to have some, PC sums attached to it effectively?
The amount of work that goes into an activity management plan is, and the short amount of time we have to do it in, you often can't get the level of detail I think you're aiming for. That is the nature of the beast of local government. But staff and officers do their utmost to get it as close as possible. But the longer further away a project is, the harder it is to estimate.
No, that's fine. I think probably the key message that I want to get across, just so no one's going to get a shock, and not to say we're going to do it, but we'd like to have a view across all of council, and just because, you know, something's been in a bucket over here doesn't mean it's going to be next year's priority. It might actually be better that it's spent over here, and that might be taking from, you know, one part of council. It might be taking from infrastructure to community services. I'm not saying that's going to be happening, but I'm just, you know, if people are mindful that actually we need to look at where our priorities are, and they may not be in renewing park benches and you know, our parks and reserves for the next few years. They might be somewhere else. And so, yeah, I don't want to give the team shocks but just filter that.
So I think, you know, personally, I think the team are fully aware of that, you know, and I think every LTP has opportunity to look right across the business.
Yeah.
Just one thing I will just point out is you've got to be careful with your rating side of things. That,
yeah, agreed.
you know, waters, for instance, are targeted rates,
Yep.
waste is targeted rates.
Yeah, no, 100%.
So, yeah.
Look, and the beauty of targeted rate is actually if we need to do the work, you put it up to the level that is required. And I've got no issue. If we need to spend more money on some water, let's, you know, target it accordingly and put that number in there. Yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Andrew. Thank you.
Okay, that takes me to the end of our time together today. Thank you very much. If there are no more questions, I'll just say thank you to the people who have been watching online today. It has been a long day. Thank you, councillors, for all of the great work and discussion. And thank you to the senior leadership team and the support crew. And thank you, Stacey, for that awesome job of doing the last minutes. So have a great day. Thank you, people.
Yeah, thank you, Vincy. That covered a lot of ground. I think it's been illuminating, helpful. Got the district plan, and I'm starting at 2:30, so if you want a sort of a quick break, here's the chance.
Welcome to the District Plan Review update, and I'm going to start by admitting that it's not entirely an update that is the focus of the session, but more of a sort of a run-through about what the District Plan involves, because we are entering a bit of a new phase, being the hearings, and the hearings come with a whole lot of scrutiny and interest and just general work, essentially, that's involved in running through, is it 255 submitters?
Yep, and 87 for the
87 further submitters, of which roughly half of those wish to be heard. So it's those people that wish to be heard which is the focus. And obviously, as you've heard previously, we have been forming a panel to actually hear those submissions. So we've
Hamish, sorry to interrupt, but just because we're live streaming as well, can we just do a quick whip around and just introduce everyone in the room so anyone watching knows who's here?
Sure. So my name's Hamish Burrell, District Planning Manager.
Megan Gunn, Team Leader Policy in the Planning Unit.
I'm Michael Garbutt, Solicitor from Anderson Lloyd.
Kia ora koutou, Louise Taylor, Planner assisting the planning team.
Good afternoon, Scott Shannon, Councillor.
Afternoon, everyone. Michelle Pye, Councillor.
Afternoon, Nigel Mayor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nigel Davenport, CE Venture Timaru.
Good afternoon, Sally Parker, Councillor.
Kia ora, Owen Jackson, Councillor.
Stacey Scott, Councillor.
Thank you. I've just handed over to the presenters for this afternoon. So that is Michael Garbutt, and obviously he's no stranger to TDC, and he's been involved in many of these sort of hearing processes, and also Louise Taylor, who is a experienced RM hearings commissioner, done a lot of work in Dunedin and elsewhere, and she's been helping provide guidance to the team in terms of what we need and helping us prepare for the hearings, which are coming up as soon as end of November. So without further ado, I will hand over and let them run through the presentation. Thank you.
Great, thanks Hamish, and thanks everyone, thanks for having us. We're really enjoying getting involved with the team and helping get everything underway and heading forward into the hearings, which is pretty exciting time for the district plan. So today we wanted to cover a number of matters. I'll go through another slide running in a bit more detail, but there's some key considerations for council as a whole that really need to be front of mind as you're going forward into your plan, proposed district plan hearings process. Megan's going to provide you with an update of the hearing schedule. As you can imagine, with the number of submissions you've got, it's not tenable to just run it submitter by submitter. So what councils commonly do is they split the hearings up into topics, and so we've done that. We wanted to talk a little bit about councillors' roles, or roles, depending on where they sit through that hearings process. Touch a little bit on variations to the district plan, and at the end we've just got a slide on what some implications may be if we end up with a change of government post-election. So really, key things are update you on the hearing schedule, talk through the key matters of focus over the next 12 to 18 months, what are the key risks and key challenges, talk through your roles during the hearing and variation process, what it is, what it isn't, and look at that issue of potential conflicts of interest, look at district plan variations if council decides to proceed with any, the complexity around that, how that adds to the complexity of the district plan review process, potential timing, and the fact that they do need to be based on an evidential basis, and as I mentioned, some potential implications if we do have a change of government. So, and by the way, just really happy to take any questions as we go, so just jump on in. So hearings, particularly district plan hearings, they're really resource hungry. They're an intense period of activity for a long period of time for council staff. They do cost a lot of money, they do require a lot of specialist input. and they are public facing. So that means there's often a high degree of interest from media and key stakeholders over a long period of time. So that obviously requires resource to manage that, and it can be intense on staff. It is really important that the hearing is independent, it's fair and efficient in terms of how it's run. So Hamish mentioned before about the hearings panel. It's really important that that panel is seen to be independent so that it can make independent decisions. In terms of submitters, some can feel outside their comfort zones. For some people coming along to present their submissions to a hearings panel, it might be the first time that they've gotten involved in any process like this, and it can be a stressful situation, and for them they may feel the consequences are really important and really high in terms of which way it goes and how it might affect their business or their livelihood or their amenity of their properties. So it's high stakes for people. And that can mean that the hearings can be a stressful, high stakes environment, and you may get people as councillors talking to you and trying to influence how that might go. So really important that you've got quality resources and really good processes. That's a good investment. It will mean that you will save a whole lot of money and time and litigious risk in the end. So yeah, that's the key of that one. Is there any queries on those points? So in terms of resourcing requirements, you've obviously got Hamish and Megan who are doing a sterling job, but are a bit light on resource at the moment, and my observation is that there's probably a bit more resource that you will need as a council. Some project management assistance will be necessary to get you through what is a really intense, busy time with lots of interacting requirements. Hearing administrator, who I understand you have appointed, and should be starting shortly if she hasn't already, so that's great. And then another role that you will need is a panel advisor. So that's a qualified planner who will assist with that conduit between the council staff, submitters, but more importantly to the panel and advising the panel who will be making the decisions to assist them to make sure you get really good quality decisions. So in terms of the district plan going forward, it's our view that it really needs to be a key priority for council. To get this done at all, but to do it well, is going to take, as I said, some significant staffing. It does need significant budget. It does need priority in terms of just the little things, making venues available, making sure you've got meeting times available, and that staff are able to be freed up to do those tasks. In terms of council, all departments in some respects are affected by the district plan, and they really do need to work together. So at the moment we do have a situation where you've got some submission from internal staff on the current notified plan. The ideal would be that those submissions are resolved prior to the hearing, because it's not a great look to be dealing with those in a public forum. So we are really trying to work those through prior to the hearing if they can.
Just if I can add to that too, I mean, that's a critical point for council reputationally and in terms of running a good process, having different arms of council with different positions on the district plan is a really challenging situation to be in, because then you're expecting the panel to resolve that in a public way, and we really do think that it's, as we've said, good practice and an important focus for the senior management team to work on resolving that position internally before you go to a public hearing, because council should be able to say, well, this is the most appropriate outcome for a particular part of the plan that, you know, meets all council requirements. We think is a critical thing, rather than throwing it sort of effectively an internal dispute to a hearing panel to resolve for you, which doesn't seem to us to be good practice. So we've encouraged the senior management team to work on that for that reason. Yep.
It's a little hard to read, apologies. But yeah, this is our hearing schedule, and as you can see, we've split it up into topics. And Megan, do you want to take the councillors through that?
Yep, so the hearings, we have designed them into 9 different hearings. So starting from the high level and the general matters, that's been scheduled in November, December time. So we're working towards that date. And the second hearing will be for the zone provisions and providing the frameworks for the different zones. The next one will be the nature environment and hazard and risks. So each of those topics will involve quite a number of different chapters from the district plan, because we have a total of some 56 chapters with rules and provisions, and also other chapters which actually contain some general matters and stuff like that. So each of those hearings will be pretty much really intense. The next one will be for the cultural values. That's including the SESAMS chapter and also the Maori Purpose Zone and historical heritage. The next one is the infrastructure, subdivision, and any growth. So we'll consider to place the growth matters in that way, which allows the officers and expertise to have enough time to actually going through the evidence, whatever is provided, and to make full assessments on what's being requested. Also, the next one would be some other district-wide matters, such as what we call them smaller chapters, like noise, temporary activities, or relocated buildings. That sort of chapters will be captured in there. We're also scheduled into 2 variations. They were primarily designed to accommodate the variations the council are committed to do. So those ones were including the future development areas we have put in a priority as 2 years period. So we know to enable those priority areas be released, we need to get the development area plan ready, and for the time being, it probably will be checking at around February 2025 time. So that's some of the priority future development areas we have scheduled in the proposed plan. Another one is more a placeholder there, just in case if there's any immediate national direction saying you have to implement certain changes right away. And if time doesn't allow, that's actually have happened to many of the Tier 1 councils around Christchurch and Auckland, so they had to do their variation to implement some national directions. So that's where the placeholders were placed at. And the last one would just be a sweep up for any loose ends and any things we think we should be dealing with which haven't been covered in the earlier hearings. So that's how they were designed. And time-wise, the last hearing, if all 9 is going ahead, will be finished by June 2025, June, July-ish. Following that, that's the panel to draft up the decisions and release these decisions. They'll take a few months later to wrap everything up.
Any questions? Any question? I was just going to add to that. So just in summary, you've got 6 topics to cover the district plan that's been notified now. So at the moment, you've got a notified district plan, you've got a number of submissions and further submissions. The panel will be appointed to consider those submissions on what's been notified, and we've got that split into 6 topics. So all going well, you should have all of that through by November next year, which would be a really great outcome. You have a line in the sand, you can get your decisions out, and you'll have your proposed plan, you'll have your decisions version of that, and you can see if you have any appeals. The variations are dealt with separately because, of course, they haven't been notified yet, so they would need a whole separate. Does that sort of make sense? Cool.
All right, so I can talk to you about the hearing panel and its role and responsibility. So the panel is appointed to make decisions and all procedural decisions in relation to the submissions. That's a crucial role, obviously. The panel is currently appointed with an independent chair, and I understand there'll be a planning specialist and at least 1 councillor on that. And I think Hamish is bringing a paper back to council about the composition of that next week, so you'll relook at that. The role is, as you've heard, quite an onerous one for those decision makers. They've got a lot of submissions to wrestle with. They need to be, and to be, appear to be, but most of all be, free of potential conflicts of interest and effectively sit separately from their role as council. And their role, as we've set up there, is to consider submitters' evidence. The 42A report, which is basically the staff reports that come to council to make recommendations about what the panel should do in that officer's mind about the changes to the plan, and they need to apply the Resource Management Act and any other statutory criteria such as national policy statements, regional policies, and settle on the relevant objectives, policies and rules and zonings for your plan. So it's important to be aware of that independence and the role of the panel to make decisions based on the evidence in light of the statutory criteria and then make written decisions. And those decisions are all appealable on their merits to the Environment Court. So decisions need to be well reasoned and focus only on the relevant issues and applying the relevant criteria. It's quite a different role from your normal council voting around the table on a particular policy issue where you each get a vote and you make your decision about what you think the best thing is to do. This is much more like being a judge in a court and focusing only on the evidence and not taking into account extraneous matters such as people politicking or people coming to the panel members and attempting to influence them outside the process. So there are rules around that, and one of the obvious rules that the panel will issue when they make their initial directions is things like communication with the panel must be in writing via the hearing administrator, and that will go on the website and be available to all submitters so that communications to and from the panel are transparent and everyone has the equal opportunity and equal access to the panel. So that's an important legal point that you all understand, so that we would ask as legal advisors to the council that you do respect that, because if there is a perception amongst any submitters that people are having access to the panel outside the process, that creates procedural risk, and people could have a crack and challenge the council's process if that were perceived to be occurring. So that's a really important, I suppose, rules of the road in terms of going into a formal RMA hearing process. At the end of all that, following appeals, the district plan comes back to the full council for ratification and approval to adopt it as the final document. But that is a final step following all decisions and all appeals being resolved. So that's quite a wee way down the track. So the commissioners and councillors on the hearing panel need to be free from actual and potential conflicts of interest, as I've said. Need to be an accredited decision maker under the RMA. Avoid discussing issues, and I've put sort of beyond the panel or outside the statutory process, and the work of the panel is effectively confidential to the panel members until they issue their written decisions with their reasons. They need to come, obviously, to consider all submissions with an open mind, and decisions are made on the evidence that's presented to the panel. For those councillors who are not on the panel, our guidance to you would be that you can continue thinking about plan development and potential variations that staff have talked about and may come to council to promote a variation potentially in the future. But we think it's unwise to speak publicly about the current provisions or the hearing process or talking about that. You've effectively delegated to the panel the responsibility to hear all those submissions in that framework, and to be contributing in the media or on the sidelines probably is unhelpful to that process, because the panel, as I've explained already, are really obliged to put that to one side and say, I'm not influenced by that, but it creates a perception that they might be, which we would rather avoid. So that's an important thing just to keep in mind. Councillors, if you have submitted, can pursue a personal submission. I think one of the councillors has. That's their personal role, and they can be an advocate for their own personal interests, but we would expect that they have no participation in the hearing panel if they choose to pursue a personal interest. And I've just said there they should do that with care in terms of they've got two hats there, a personal interest and effectively a governor of the organisation, and they would still want to see that the district plan process proceeds effectively and smoothly, but they might obviously pursue their own personal interest. A little bit of discussion about variations. I know the council has asked staff to investigate one variation currently, which is on the work programme. So the current hearing process will consider the current submissions and further submissions that have already been filed, as Louise has said. Some submissions may well be out of scope of the district plan, and an example might be people sometimes seek funding for projects which is normally the old annual plan or long-term plan issue. They can't be dealt with by the hearing panel. So the panel will potentially need to make decisions that certain issues that have been raised by submissions might be outside the scope of what the panel can do in terms of the RMA decisions. And we do note that as you've seen with that work program and the number of submissions and the number of hearings, there's a heavy work program for staff to get through those by late next year. Variations that come along do add complexity, additional cost, and probably divert that resource. Variations will need to be sort of advocated if they stack up on an evidential basis. So it's just something to keep in mind. So really, from my perspective, quite externally from the council, I think it's an important position as governors of the organisation that you do support the staff to get on and run a good hearing process and let them run that with the panel because it is a difficult and onerous task over the next several months.
Just before you move on,
Yep.
Mike, just to add to that, in terms of the variations versus, there are some submitters that have sought changes to zoning to enable growth in the district. Now, those submissions will be considered as part of the schedule of the hearings. There are submissions on your currently notified proposed district plan, so they will be considered as part of this process. What the panel will be doing, though, for those what we call upzoning or growth submissions, is that those submitters will be asked to provide additional information and evidence quite some time before the hearing to justify, so to assist the panel to make a decision about whether to accept that request or not. So that will be usually things like perhaps effects assessments under Section 32 of the RMA, which is the cost-benefit analysis, maybe an assessment on how their proposal might affect other parts of the district in terms of demand and supply and those things, infrastructure, those things. So just so you're aware that there will be a minute that comes out from the panel asking for the submitters that have sought upzonings to provide that information well in advance of that particular hearing so that staff have an opportunity to review that and provide their own recommendation and to make sure that the panel has enough information to be able to make a decision on that. So that's scheduled in the hearing. That's part of our hearing schedule. But what we're talking about here is any other proposals that are not included in the district plan at the moment that council may wish to pursue in terms of variations to the district plan. And as Mike said, they in themselves add quite a bit of complexity and cost and time and must go through the statutory requirements as they go through before they're proposed. And then at that stage they would have their own submissions and hearings and so on.
A question on that. So a variation as such could put the process at risk around, I assume, legal challenge through the likes of the Environment Court. So would have to be careful around any variations that are considered if they're then going to be appealed through the Environment Court, that actually can put the entire plan at risk as far as being signed off. Is that correct?
I can talk to that. I'm hesitating because it's probably a yes and no answer in the sense that a variation can occur at any time, but it's a question of what you're varying and what stage that's at that present time. So at the moment, you've got a whole district plan out there for submission. Decisions haven't been made, and if you vary it now, let's say you vary part of, let's say, the residential zone, then you've got new submissions coming in on a varied part, overlaying existing submissions. So it becomes very complicated for people out there to understand what's the current state of play, and it does become complicated. So I suppose what I'm thinking is you've got a heavy work program of current provisions notified with submissions. You've got to get through and make decisions on those. If you're starting to add in variations along the way, it adds high degrees of complexity and adding layers of submissions on top of others. That's probably the rule of thumb. Yeah.
And I guess to finish that off, an alternate to that is then waiting for the process to run its full course, and then you've got the opportunity, as you always do at any time, as the plan change.
To do a plan change, yeah, that's right. And that's the difference in language. Once the plan is going through the submission process, you can vary it. Once it's completed, then you can change it at any time in the future. Yep.
And just to add to that, what may be the best course of action is to go through your current submissions that you've got, run through your hearings, then, and as the schedule, as we have it, you should be able to do that by November next year. Get the decisions out, then you see where you are with appeals, and then at that stage it might be the appropriate time to notify other variations. So it may not be that you've got a fully operative plan before you start doing plan changes, but certainly before you do any variations, ideally you wouldn't want to do that before you've issued your decisions, because then you've got a line in the sand and say, this is our decisions version of our plan, we know what's been appealed, what's not. And if any provisions that are not appealed, they then can become operative, so you can rely on those. Then you may choose to do a variation to change your zoning or something at that stage.
Because I assume that there is an appeals on every plan, that they don't all end up in the Environment Court, surely, or do they?
Can you think of any that haven't?
I think going into these processes, inevitable you have to assume some appeals. I can't think of any plans in the South Island, even small ones, that haven't had at least 2 or 3 appeals, just because of some of the issues that Louise said at the start. It's, you're dealing with the future rights and responsibilities of people's land, and anyone can submit, so it can be neighbours, and often through a process like this, you've got 250 submissions. Someone's going to be unhappy with the decision, and there'll be at least some appeals, you have to assume. And it doesn't mean that because council's got it wrong, it might be that a neighbour thinks, hey, I don't like that outcome, or I didn't get quite enough of what I wanted, or whatever. So, yeah, I think when you're dealing with people's resources and their future rights, it's inevitable that someone will want to have another go through the court. Yep. Okay, thank you. The only other thing I'd add to decisions is it's one of the responsibilities for the panel is to organise themselves and the way in which they reach their decisions as they see fit is the statutory obligation, and we would probably be expecting that the panel with a work program like this on a whole plan will probably want to hear submissions on all of those chapters and hold back their decisions and then issue them in final on all those chapters at once would be normal practice, because then they get to look at interrelationships between the chapters to make sure they all align. Would probably be our expectation that the panel would want to do it in that manner. The alternative to that is that they issue decisions on each chapter or each topic as they go, and the obvious risk with that is as soon as a decision is issued, it is subject to appeal, as we've just talked about, and once you're faced with an appeal on a particular topic or chapter, that then has to be dealt with, and that can take many months depending on how many appellants and what the issues are to resolve. And it's quite challenging to move on to continue hearings on subsequent chapters and topics when you're dealing with an appeal at the same time on an earlier chapter. And the classic example you'll see in Megan's schedule is strategic directions is the first chapter. If the panel issued decisions on that and they were appealed by people going through the court process, that will probably imperil the work program, because it's really challenging then for the hearing panel to charge on and continue to make decisions in other hearings in light of appeals on, say, your strategic directions. So that's why I say it's probably normal practice for a program like this for the panel to hear the chapters in sequence. They might deliberate on their decisions but park them pending hearing the others to make sure they all align, and then issue them in one suite, and then all appeals run from that same date is probably what I'd expect the panel to do. So it's worth just thinking about that and being aware of that in terms of how you expect them to operate.
And certainly my experience is that panels will prepare their decisions as they go. They'll have them written just sitting over here, and then after each hearing they'll just check are there any integration issues they need to deal with, update those. And so what I would expect is, if we've got the panel running really well, you would actually get a decision reasonably quickly after the last hearing, because the key there is you don't want a big delay, because that's a downtime, so it's nice to get that out as quickly as possible. So hence the need to have really good support around the panel advisor will help that process and help drafting decisions if that's useful. So that's just getting back to the fact that if we can resource the panel well, we can resource the hearings well. You'll see the hearings run smoothly, you won't have the downtime, you'll save some serious money, and you'll get decisions out more quickly.
Okay. It's probably quite topical this week with the election coming up on Saturday, but we were asked to sort of address you on, well, what does all this mean if the government changes, or, you know, what's happening to the RMA? And this is an uncomfortable area for a lawyer to speak about, because it's entirely speculative. We like talking about this is what the law says and this is what you should do, but obviously there's an election on Saturday. I'm well aware that the National Party have said publicly that they will repeal the Natural and Built Environment Act by Christmas, and do what, we're not quite sure, other than possibly I've heard that they're talking about improving the RMA, which is what we currently operate under. So we shall see is probably what's going to happen there. But the real implication is that currently, even if the Natural and Built Environment Act, which is currently passed and is law, remains in effect as it currently is, it doesn't really affect the district plan program that you're working to, because it provides that the RMA stays in effect in this district until there's a whole new regional plan for Canterbury operative. And once that new regional plan for Canterbury is operative, then the RMA is effectively redundant, and the Natural and Built Environment Act in terms of plan making kicks in, and we're probably, according to MFE and all pundits, 8 or 10 years away from that date. So we think that there's still huge merit in this district still sorting out your district plan, getting it into a shape that you're happy with, going through the hearings, and by the end of next year have decisions made. Makes perfect sense to us, and shouldn't change, even if the government stays as it is and the current law stays as it is. If the government changes and National does what it says it will do and bins the new Natural Built Environment Act and retains the RMA, well, we probably are where we are today, and nothing changes either. So my current thinking is it's probably nothing to see here in terms of government and RMA change probably over the next year or two. Beyond that, it might be quite different in terms of a whole new regional planning framework. But I think it is still good advice, and it would still be my advice along the lines that it is money and effort well spent getting your district plan more current than the old one. You've notified it now, you're a long way down the track, you should hear submissions and carry on, get those resolved, and then what comes, you know, in 6 or 8 years, then at least you've got a current district plan that's reasonably fit for purpose, is probably still the best plan of attack. So that's some speculation there. Yeah.
The only other point just on that slide was that it's possible that some of the national guiding documents that are in place now, if we do see a change of government, they may look to change those or possibly even repeal those. That could impact on what we call the consentability of certain areas. And I guess what I'm thinking about is, for example, if you've got highly productive land that that there is some interest in changing to, say, residential or commercial. Currently, that would be very difficult to consent or get through a plan process under the National Environment Policy Statement for highly productive land. But we may see that is changed or repealed to make it a little bit easier. I wouldn't, you know, we don't know what they may do or may not, but that's just an example of something that might change even within the current legislative environment, but until they do that, we really don't know.
Could you just talk us through the legislative requirements now that we've published our proposed plan? So how long have we got to get it to its final state? And do we actually have a choice to do anything but? Like, you talk about these, you know, government changes, and your advice is to still carry on, but do we even have a choice? Or under legislation, now that we've published it, can we choose to do something? I'm not saying we want to do something else, but could we even do that?
Yeah, it is actually a great question. So the RMA requires review of district plans every 10 years, which you've done and notified, which satisfies that. And having done that, then you have 2 years from that notification to make decisions on submissions, which I think you're running very tight on. Maybe, and if you can't hit that 2-year date, you need the Minister's approval to extend that time limit, is probably what you're facing over the next probably year or so, to see how you run on that time frame and seek permission from the Minister to go a bit longer. The option of pulling stumps and flagging the review, yeah, that would probably put you in peril of not completing a review of your district plan. So yeah, you are really statutorily committed to the process now. Yep.
Would I be right, Michael, in saying that if the new legislation was repealed, then we'd be back to the need to do district plan reviews every 10 years, so we'd just have to keep going for it? In a way, the new legislation, by implication, assumes that there's going to be this whole new regional structure and a regional plan. So it's actually said that you don't need to carry on because it assumes that this new regional planning authority is going to pick it up. But if that's not there, then yeah, you're still, each district has to carry on getting theirs as up to date as possible. And just to add to the point about the 2 years, yeah, we will need, if we need an extension, to go to the Minister to sort of set out why we need an extension. We would have to look at, well, how long we would need, and we would also have to possibly engage some stakeholders as well around that, because there will be people who will probably want us to get on as quickly as possible, and there'll be others who are quite happy to let this thing draw out, really. So yeah, that will be an interesting space to be in. Just as a bit of a wrap-up, I think this has been alluded to, that we have a report going to Council around a tweak to the panel structure next week. So that's just something, I guess, to bear in mind. And I think earlier on today there was reference given to what may be needed, resource hungriness and all of that, through the long-term plan, that there will need to be some workings and further discussions on that, because obviously the further through you have to push the district plan to get it done, then there are cost implications of doing that. And I don't think we've really factored in appeals, did we, and variations and a few other nuances. So watch this space. And just finally, I think it's also worth bearing in mind, and I think it's been alluded to, in the sense that if you have variations on top of plans and then on top of the operative plan, that the consenting space that goes on each resource consent, you have to consider currently both plans. And as the proposed plan moves on through the process, and Michael might like to talk a bit further, we have to have regard at different phases. There's different weights given to the proposed plan versus the operative plan, and it's a bit of a messy area, but one that we have to navigate nonetheless.
I think all I'd add is probably the point I made earlier, that once you start varying a statutory document, it adds complexity, and that applies to everyone who uses plans and processes consents. And I do agree that when you're dealing with resource consents, if you've got the operative plan, a proposed plan with variations over the top, it does create a complex planning environment for people to navigate and to understand. If you can avoid that, that's great, but it's not a perfect world. So complexity is probably the key word that it adds.
On that point, and you talked about this in a previous meeting we've had, and you've pretty much alluded to this, but just so we're 100% clear, if we left a variation until after the plan process is finished, the timeline could effectively be the same, couldn't it? You know, if we just do our hearings and our appeals as is, close that off, then do the variation, you could end up at the same point time-wise as if you tried to do that variation on the way.
Yes, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Some of the difficulty with predicting timeframes here is whether you get appeals on things. Once you get an appeal on a topic, it throws your timeframes out, because they can, with the best will in the world, you might sort out an appeal in 4 or 6 months with a tailwind, but it can be a year or more, and then there's rights of appeal to the High Court again. So I think when you're dealing with RMA timeframes, you can bank on everything going well, but often it doesn't, and once you throw appeals in, the timeframes can be messed up with. So yes, I think if you had no appeals on your district plan and then you did a plan change, it's probably much of a muchness if you were varying things along the way and adding complexity and then trying to get to the same end point. I think that is right, but I can absolutely see if you do a variation and then you're trying to make decisions and you get appeals on that, that's probably more complex than getting it sorted and then doing a clean plan change at the end. Yep.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think the other important point is you've got to be realistic as a council about what you can achieve with your resource that you have and your team that you have. And even large councils really struggle with district plan reviews and how to actually get this done and get through hearings and get decisions out. So one of the things about adding variations mid-process is it's just such a big distraction for the team, and I think the work I've been doing with the team is that already this is really challenging, and to add that in, I think you would put the whole process at risk, and you may find that actually your timeframes just completely blow out.
I have a few other questions that are kind of related to the LTP, but related to this too. I know this is a little bit unknown, but assuming the natural built environment carries on as it is, what effect does that have on council, and are there other work streams that we need to be thinking about in the next 3, 5, 10 years that are going to come up out of that new legislation? Because we talked about it at our last Environmental Services Committee and thought it would probably made more sense to wait till after the election, but there's a whole lot of new legislation that I don't think many of us sitting around the room, myself included, really have an idea of what it's going to mean for council going forward.
Yeah, I can perhaps start to try and answer that in the sense that So assuming the Natural Built Environment Act continues, one of the first key things is that it requires formation of a regional planning committee, which you as a council will need to sort out with your fellow councils in Canterbury. And that planning committee has a range of quite onerous and difficult jobs in front of it, creating and notifying a spatial plan within, I think, a year of something. Was it 2 years? I can't remember whether it's 1 year or 2 years, but developing a spatial plan for the region is task number one, which is no small task, and then creating a regional plan for the region, a single plan. So that in itself is a major planning work stream. So yes, I think after Christmas, once we know the lay of the land and whether the legislation is there, if the NBEA remains in play, then council does need to move to start forming that regional planning committee, and how we're going to do a spatial plan and who's working is really the first major task.
Thanks. Then I just probably have a few questions around capacity. So maybe for Hamish and Megan, is what capacity do we have, given that this is your number one focus, to carry on business as usual? Because obviously, just because you're doing this, you've still got consents coming in that need to be processed. So what do you need there? Is my question.
No, thank you. It's a good question. I mean, we have split the team into effectively two teams, so that there's a team doing consents and a team doing policy. I guess, as Louise has alluded to, there are some roles that we just don't have in place, which would be helpful, and some which we've really only just filled. So we've got a team at the moment with two senior planners. There's Megan, there's two senior planners, both of them are part-time and working remote. We have another resource management planner and a planning admin person. And beyond that, there's a whole lot of consultants who, including present company, but obviously those ones who are doing the Section 42A reports, and then you've got the actual panel itself. So we're still working through procurement with that panel and the Section 42A report authors. So that's a, individual by individual conversation, negotiation, discussion. I guess there are some other specialist skill sets that we may or may not need. It might be noise or I don't know, ecology or somebody like that to actually to bring in. And then it's the logistics of the hearings, getting everybody there in the right place and working through with submitters their timings, when to come into the hearing, that side of things. So it's gathering momentum, but we are still a little bit behind, I'd have to say. And and recruitment is difficult at the moment, just generally.
On that note, is there anything maybe from Louise and Michael, what's the main thing that you haven't already covered that council and councillors can do to support the council officers to make sure this succeeds? Because obviously it's a major work stream and we don't want to derail it.
Now that's a great question, and I think hopefully the chat today has been a bit of a start around that. Is that frankly, to do this and do it well, it does need to be a priority for council. I guess from a council law perspective, what I would say is, this is your plan. You have notified this plan, and it's about owning it in the community and with staff. And yes, there'll be a process now where there are submissions and they'll be considered, and there may be some changes to the plan as a result of those. But the reality is this is your plan. So it would be just about, providing that support. If there's chit-chat in the community, I'd be just sort of saying, well, there's a process and we're following it, and it's all going well, thanks. So that would be my advice. as councillors, because the least noise you have outside, the easier it is for staff to get on and do their jobs and support them. So that would be the first thing. And then I guess just, adding to Hamish's points about that, there is still some gaps in resourcing. And of course, they are going to cost some money. So it would be about providing that budget allowance for both some in-house staff. But the reality is, with a plan process, you will need some specialists, and they are likely to need to be consultants. It's unlikely you'll be able to have those as in-house staff. So you are going to need to have some consultants on this, a mix of staff and consultants, which obviously is going to need some budget.
I think just also that applies not just to the planning team, because, I can say, well, we need this role or that role, but it's also, as Louisa said, across the board. So there will be, I guess, potentially directions come from the panel, and then other teams are pulled into action, which may affect what they're doing as well. So it is kind of like has a bit of a ricochet effect right across the organisation. So again, I guess in terms of priorities next year, you've got to have in the back of your mind the district plan and what may come out of that, and that at any moment, you may be faced with a decision, well, do you want this report now or maybe later? That's the harsh reality, I think.
Just go back, sorry, Louise, to a question you made. I know I've asked this before, but the more I hear it, the more I get it. So there's 4 councillors in this room who weren't part of the council that put this plan out. So how do we align with, this is our plan, we support it?
Yeah, and look, you're not alone. That's really common for councils to be in that position. I'm also helping Mackenzie District at the moment doing their plan review, and they've got the same thing. So theirs is a bit different in that they're doing their plan review in stages, but certainly for, based on the election last year, they had almost a whole set of new councillors. There's a couple who stayed on. And so that's been a process about, having them come along on the journey. So I totally understand that situation, that if you've come in and you think, well, hold on, I wasn't part of the promulgation of that plan. But the reality is that this is council's plan, and there are probably a number of decisions that have happened prior to your time that you may, that happened prior to your time. So it's... I don't know what to say really, other than that's the situation we're in. And and there is, if there are specific issues with the plan that the councillors would like reconsidered, then that's entirely fine. You can do that later, as we've been talking about with the Mayor, around possibly a variation once the decision's out, or plan changes. So there's for all councils, you have an ongoing work stream for plan changes. You don't actually, sadly, get to a point where you say, right, our district plan's done, we don't need to look at it for 10 years. That's not reality. So there's certainly opportunity in the future to make changes to district plans. And so, that's fine. But the reality is you have a district plan that you've notified as council, and really councillors have almost no input past notification unless you're on the hearings panel and you're conflict-free. And that's just the statutory process that we're in.
And the observation I would add to that, though, is that I think it is in your interest as governors to have a good, smooth, well-resourced process, so that the members of the community out there who have submitted and said, hey, your plan should change in accordance with my submission, that they get a timely hearing, it's well run, they get a decision, and they can understand what their rights are, and that might change the plan in a way that people have advocated for. So it is, I think, important that you support the statutory process and say, look, there's a process, put your submissions and your evidence to the panel, they'll consider that, and we've resourced the panel, there's a room available, go and make your submission there. That's the right place to make the submission. That's the statutory process. We support the panel doing its work, and out of that will come a decision. It might improve the person's rights or whatever. And then if they don't like that, they can appeal, and then that goes to the court to decide. So I think you can differentiate between the process, that you want a good, clean, tidy process where people can air their concerns, as opposed to saying I agree or disagree with this particular rule or policy which some other councillor has sort of put forward. Thank you.
Look, my only comment was probably for Hamish is that, you know, coming into LTP, that your budgets are realistic, and I think we've heard that you're going to need some resource, so we're expecting to see that come through. The other interesting point I'll note, I mean, we're aiming at, you know, potentially finishing around July 25. You know, if it goes any longer than that, we're almost in another election. It could be another cycle of council who get to sign off on it. So the process, you know, can go through many iterations of council. One of the things that you emphasised, and I just thought we might touch on this, is that our role, you know, once we hand it off to the panel, at the end is very much rubber stamp. So it's not for the opportunity at that 11th hour to come in and say, I don't like that part, I want to change it, I want to change that, I want to change that. And there's risk, obviously, if people are wanting to do that at that point in time. So I just think it's important that we emphasise that for councillors, so they don't come in thinking later on that they're going to make further changes. Yeah.
I just have one more question that is quite hypothetical, to be honest. I'm not even sure it's an issue here, but just in regards to conflicts of interest, and we've talked about it with councillors and panel members and things like that, what about with council staff or consultants that we're using, and if they were previously engaged in writing the district plan, does that cause a problem, or is that okay?
Yes, conflicts of interest go all ways and apply to everybody, not just councillors. So one of the things that the panel will likely direct is that expert witnesses who present evidence to the panel, and an expert is someone who provides opinion evidence, like planners, landscape experts and the like, are obliged to do so in accordance with a code of conduct, which identifies that, you know, they don't have conflicts, they haven't been previously involved, and they declare any interest that they've had in the process. So that's an important safeguard. So it is very important for experts to comply with that code. Other people, submitters, are advocates. They can advocate whatever it is they see that changes that they want, so it doesn't really apply to them in terms of conflicts. Yeah, so that's what I'd say.
Yeah, just to add to that, Mike, and I think perhaps your question was around perhaps that the experts that council appoint to assist in the advice to the panel. Is that what you were thinking?
Both that, and you talked about some other reports that need to be written, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a really good point, and it's just a matter of professionalism, really. So as a professional planner, I have obligations all the time to meet the expert witness code of conduct. So any consultants, for example, that council might commission to assist them with 42A reports, recommendation reports, those people need to have the expertise, they need to be free of conflict. So that's just a process, but that should apply with everything you do anyway as a council. So, but yeah, you may find that there are some people who are conflicted and not able to assist in certain topics, and they should be very clear with staff about that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I would add, in terms of the specific question about staff or planners who have been involved in preparing the plan, that in itself isn't necessarily a conflict. Staff can help work up a plan and assist council to notify it, but they are obliged to then consider submissions and other evidence properly and with, you know, due consideration. So they can't just say, well, I helped write a chapter and it's perfect and I'll never change it. It's irresponsible and wouldn't be in accordance with the code. So they would need to consider submissions and other evidence and look at that fairly. Yeah, and the panel can ask them about that. Yep. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thought it was a great presentation. Sorry, not you were going to say that. Yeah, no, that was really good, and I think it's good for all of us to hear that. And we'll be encouraging councillors that aren't here to watch it since it's recorded.